Buddy, here we are. We're back. We're doing it. We're still here. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for chilling and hanging out. We're getting to get our paint on. A little more of some kill team inquisitorial agents while we listen to a little bit of the homie Border Prince. And then after that, we're gonna watch some Fallout at midnight. And then a little Darktide with the fellas. Francois, thanks for rolling in. Appreciate you, dude. This guy. Yeah, dude. We're back at it, my guy. Yeah, boy. All right, let's see. Trying to make sure all the cameras are on good. Everything's flowing the way it should be around here. Let's see. I should probably. Yeah, no, whatever. It's fine. Oh yeah.
You or talk about it again once I've had to think about it, but I just finished it like 10 minutes before I started the stream, so I wanted to just talk about it and unload, you know. Anyway.
All right. Hope you guys are doing well. Chilling. Our paints. Then we're gonna start the spear guy. All right, here we are, you guys.
The Index Astartes, a history of the Space Marine legions and subsequent chapters, where appropriate, up to the 13th Black Crusade. The Death Guard. The Death Guard Legion, consisting of the dread Plague Marines of Nurgle, have become a relentless and terrifying scourge upon the Imperium of Man. But it was not always so. The Death Guard was one of the original 20 Space Marine legions, united in the defense of mankind under the command of the Emperor and their fearsome Primarch, Mortarion. When the Emperor's 20 nascent Primarchs...
Bro, already? Already? That was quick.
Every direction. The planet was barbarous, perpetually shrouded in poisonous fog, whose mountainous crags were ruled by warlords with fantastic powers and horrific appetites, and whose human settlers, stranded there millennia before, were crowded into the lowest valleys beneath the choking mists. They lived lives of unrelenting terror, eking out a peasant's existence by day beneath a dim sun which never burned completely through the fog, and cowering by firelight after dark from the terrible beings which moved unseen above. The greatest of these warlords stood in triumph on the battlefield, reveling in his massacre until the silence was shattered by a child's cry. Legend tells that the warlord walked the sea of corpses for a day and a night in his creaking battle armor, drawn by the wail of the infant. For an instant, he considered ending its young life, but no mere human ought to be able to breathe the poisonous miasma of the heights of Barbarous, much less cry out as this child did. For long moments, he contemplated the thing which appeared human, but was clearly more. Then he gathered up the infant and carried it from the carnage. For all his dark power, until that moment, he had not had what this child now promised, a son and heir. Born of death, upon a field of death, the warlord christened the infant Mortarion, child of death. His master tested the infant's limits. When he had determined precisely how high into the toxic clouds of Barbarous's peaks the child could survive, he erected a stony keep and fenced it behind black iron. Then he moved his own manse beyond, to the highest crag, where the atmosphere was deadly even to the nascent Primarch. Mortarion grew to adolescence in such a world, of citadels of weeping grey stone and iron fences, where the very air was death, and the sun never more than a distant smudge. It was a world of constant war, against opposing lords who came with golem armies of stitched-together dead one day, then tormented shapeshifters, more monsters than men the next. To survive, Mortarion learned at the foot of his overmaster, and learned ferociously everything his master could teach him. Mortarion devoured it all, from battle doctrine to arcane secrets, from artifice to stratagem. He learned and he grew, a child of the Emperor for all that, superhumanly resilient to the poisonous air around him, and superhumanly strong, even in the absence of sufficient sunlight or nourishment. Mortarion possessed an intellect which was highly keen, and which asked questions his lord was not wont to answer. Increasingly, the questions centered around the fragile things in the valleys below, which the warlords preyed upon for their corpses to reanimate, or victims to a curse. His master kept Mortarion as distant from the human settlements as he could, but his very act of denial fed the maturing Primarch's obsession. The day finally came when Mortarion could be denied no longer. Mortarion slipped through the dungeons from his keep. The last thing he heard was the voice of the Overlord, the only father he had known, roaring in the miasmic darkness from the high battlements as Mortarion descended from the mountain, renouncing the Primarch for his betrayal, warning Mortarion that to return would mean death. Descending beneath the mists was a revelation to Mortarion. His lungs were filled with air free of poisons for the first time. He smelled aromas of food being prepared, of crops freshly harvested, heard voices unmuffled by fog, and for the first time heard laughter. The young Primarch realized that he was among his own kind, that the fragile prey of the warlords were his own people. And with the realization came rage. He determined to bring them justice denied them by the dark powers which moved above. Mortarion's acceptance among the human settlers of Barbarous was no simple thing. However like them he felt himself to be, to them he was little different from the monsters above, towering over even the tallest of them, gaunt and pallid, with hollow, haunted eyes, which betrayed the horrors he had seen. Mortarion terrified most of the settlers. They looked upon him with suspicion and fear. It stung the young Primarch, but he bided his time, using his great strength to work the fields for their meagre harvest, knowing that his opportunity to prove himself would come. When it did, in the twilight hours, he was ready. From the darkness came shambling dark things. A lesser lord led his corpse-like thralls into the settlement, taking with silent, remorseless strength those they could carry off to their master's dark purpose. The peasants fought back as best they could, with torches and farmers' tools, rendered into makeshift weapons. It was all they could do not to run, much less offer a meaningful fight. They had played out the futility of this scene their whole lives, and they knew how it would end. Until, that is, Mortarion strode into their midst. Towering over them, with an enormous two-handed harvesting scythe, he charged into the ranks of the enemy with all his rage-born might, and drove them from the village. Their dark lord smiled at him as he neared, and withdrew into the poisonous heights where this rebellious human could never reach him. He was still wearing his contemptuous smile when Mortarion caught up with him on the mountainside and exacted his vengeance for the fragile prey below. After that night, Mortarion's place among the settlers was never in doubt. As he matured, Mortarion taught the settlers of Barbarous what he knew of warfare. Word of his exploits spread, and many others made the perilous journey to learn. Slowly, villages became strong points, and the villagers more effective defenders. Eventually, Mortarion went amongst the people, travelling from settlement to settlement, teaching, building, and, when occasion demanded, defending them. Always, however, his ultimate justice was denied. The dark powers could always retreat into the impregnable bulwark of their poisonous mists. His people could only fight in defence. That had to change. Mortarion recruited the toughest, most resilient of Barbarous's population, forming them into small units which he drilled himself, teaching them not only defence but also attack. He turned blacksmiths from tool working to weapon making when time allowed, and crafters to the shaping of armour. And with the best artificers he could find, he bent his formidable intellect to the problem of the poisonous air. Inquisitor Menkoff's monograph, Cataphract of Death, relates the now infamous result. When next a warlord descended from above, the villagers mounted a defence, successful enough to drive his unholy army back. Mortarion and his retinue of warriors, masked with crude filtering hoses and breathing gear, advanced into the fog after them. For the first time in living memory, the prey brought death into the realm of death, killing the warlord and massacring his army. Mortarion continued to improve his warriors' breathing apparatus, and he and his Death Guard, as his retinue came to be known, campaigned ever higher into the Dark Powers' domain, encountering ever more virulent pestilence. The constant exposure to ever higher doses of toxins toughened the Death Guard, traits which proved transferable to each new iteration of the Death Guard, growing tougher, as though emulating their champion himself. Only the most toxic peaks were denied Mortarion and the Death Guard, and they warred for months across the poisonous spine of Barbarous, until only one grim manse stood against them, one which Mortarion knew well. The concentration of death about it overcame his force, threatening even Mortarion himself, and so he withdrew. Upon his return, however, his world was destined to once again spin out of his control. Mortarion and his brethren arrived to find the village alive, unlike he had ever known it, when everyone's lips was word of the arrival of a stranger, a great benefactor, who brought promise of salvation. The Primarch's mood darkened. This day of deliverance was one he had worked for his whole life, and he found himself altogether unhappy to see it co-opted by the arrival of some newcomer of uncertain agenda. Tale-tellers say Mortarion flattened the massive wooden door of the hall upon his entrance. Seated at banquet, he found the elders and a stranger, who was their opposite in every imaginable way. Where they were gaunt and pale, he was robust, his flesh bronzed, his physique utterly perfect. The people greeted Mortarion's arrival expectantly. Despite the effect wrought upon him by Barbarus's poisons, the connection between the new benefactor and their defender was nevertheless plain to all of them. As plain as father and son. However, Mortarion was oblivious to any connection. He greeted the stranger with barely masked hostility, which quickly turned to outright anger at the stranger's utter unflappability. The elders spoke of the new arrival's promise to unite the people of Barbarus within a great expanding brotherhood of humanity, which could help them be rid of their persecution from above. Mortarion felt his moment of triumph slipping from him, twisting the haft of his ever-present scythe until his knuckles whitened. He declared that he and his Death Guard needed no help to finish their quest for justice. It is said that the benefactor quietly challenged the stormy young Primarch's assertion, pointing out the Death Guard's failure to reach the last high citadel, and then threw down a gauntlet. If Mortarion could defeat the High Overlord alone, he would withdraw and leave Barbarus to its own means. But if he failed, they would join his Imperium of Man, and Mortarion would swear total fealty and allegiance to him. Over the protests of his Death Guard, he spun on his heel and struck out alone for the last man standing against him. The keep of the Overlord he had called father. If some part of him knew that even he could not survive the highest reaches of Barbarus, he did not acknowledge it. Mortarion climbed ever higher, driven by the inevitability of the imminent conflict with his once master, driven by his desire to bring final justice for the people of his world. However, he was mostly motivated by a compulsion to prove himself to the stranger below. The confrontation, when it finally came, was mercilessly brief. Mortarion choking in air so toxic that the hoses of his protective breathing gear began to rot away, struggled to the very gates of the Overlord's citadel, calling out his defiance. The last thing he saw as he fell to his knees, the world turning grey as he was overcome, was the Overlord of Barbarus coming for him, to fulfill the promise he had made generations before. Then, the mighty stranger stepped between them, defying the death fog, and felling the Overlord with a single blow of his gleaming sword. Mortarion was true to his oath. When he recovered, he bent his knee to the stranger and swore himself and the Death Guard to his service. Only then did the Emperor...
Did you know that our food system is basically designed...
service would bring command of the 14th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines. The Librum Primaris, or the Book of Primarchs, tells how Mortarion brought the relentlessness, remorselessness, and resilience of his personal Death Guard to the Legion built of his own genetic material, and how in turn they adopted his retinue's title as their own. The resulting prowess of the Death Guard was recognized from the moment Mortarion took command, but the young Primarch never settled in Imperial society outside of battle. Mortarion was a grim, driven Primarch, fixated on reckoning with the oppressors of the galaxy. The easy camaraderie of the other Primarchs was alien to him. The Shadow Journal of Bellerophon, the Dark Angel's librarian, confides that, of them all, he found kindred spirits in only two: Night Haunter, the Dread Master of the Night Lords, and Horus, War Master of the Imperium, the right hand of the Emperor. Horus, above all others, recognized the value of the Death Guard. He would often place Mortarion and his legion in the center of his battle line, counting on the enemy's inability to oust them so that he could either lever his advance from the rock of Mortarian's immovable position, or use it as the anvil upon which the Imperial hammer, in the form of the Lunar Wolves or the Night Haunters, Night Lords, would break the foe. It was a mercilessly effective combination. In the charismatic War Master, Mortarion found a mentor who seemed to understand his goals and appreciate his methods. So close did Mortarion appear to be to Horus, in fact. It is believed that at least 2 of the other Primarchs, Rebute Gilliman of the Ultramarines, and the ever-watchful, ever-taciturn Corax of the Raven Guard, approached the Emperor with concerns about where the Master of the Death Guard's loyalties lay. The story of his allegiance to the Emperor, won through his own failure, was by then well known, and anyone with even a passing familiarity with Mortarion knew that the pallid Primarch chafed at it. The Emperor is said to have dismissed their concerns with a wave. Loyalty to Horus was de facto loyalty to the Emperor. On that matter, the Emperor could not have been more wrong. The betrayal. On the feral planet of Davin, the War Master and his legion, now named the Sons of Horus in his honour, had fallen to chaos. Before they would leave, Horus would be utterly possessed, forswearing allegiance to the Emperor for the cause of chaos and his own advancement, and would draw the Primarchs and Battle Brothers of half the Imperium's legions to his cause. Transcripts of the Council of Charon, convened after the heresy, ascribed responsibility, suggesting that, unlike some of the other Primarchs, Horus did not need to resort to ritual possession to win the Death Guard to his side. Horus promised that, under his rule, the old order would fall and a new age would dawn. A just age, with right ensured by the mighty. Mortarion turned on the Imperium, as he had turned on the overlords of Barbarus, and joined the rebellion which would forever sunder the Imperium. The Horus Heresy. What he did not know, then, was the price he would be called upon to pay. Horus was a brilliant strategist. He knew that the heart of the Imperium was Terra, and from the very moment of his rebellion, Terra was his objective. In short order, he had gathered sufficient strength to shatter the defences of the Imperium and lay siege to the Imperial Palace itself. Mortarion was determined that the Death Guard would be there with him. With his entire fleet, he crossed into the warp and straight into Nightmare. The Death Guard fleet was becalmed by an impenetrable warp storm, its navigators neither able to guide them through it nor find safe passage into real space. The fleet was reduced to drifting through the Immaterium, and while they were still, the destroyer came. For Mortarion and the Space Marines of the Death Guard, there was nothing so terrifying as the plague, which made their legendary resilience meaningless. These were the warriors who the Imperium had sent to conquer worlds no other man could set foot upon, much less fight and win. Pestilence, contagion, toxin and pollution. There was no environment so hostile, which Mortarion and the Death Guard could not overcome. Until the plague which raced through their fleet. It roiled in their guts, bloating and distending their once superhuman bodies, transforming them into horrible, pustulant grotesques. They were made corrupt within, and sickening to behold without, and they grew sicker and sicker, yet could not die, their own constitution becoming their worst enemy. What they endured was unimaginable, yet none suffered more than Mortarion. For the Primarch, it was as though he were back upon the mountaintop of Barbarus once more, surrendering to the poison, without the mercy of unconsciousness to claim him or the Emperor to come to his salvation. Whether he perceived, in those terrible hours, the loss of what he had once stood for, and the damnation he had wrought upon himself and his legion, only Mortarion will ever know. Unable to endure the suffering any longer, Mortarion offered into the Immaterium himself, his legion, and his very soul in exchange for deliverance. A presence in the Immaterium answered, as though it had been waiting all along. In the depths of the warp, the great god Nurgle, lord of decay and father of disease, called that debt and accepted Mortarion and the Death Guard Legion as his own. What emerged from the warp when the Death Guard fleet broke out bore little resemblance to what had entered. The gleaming white and grey armour of Imperial champions was no more, burst and shattered from the horrific bloating of infected bodies, scabbed with boils, protrusences and the filth of corruption. Their weapons and machinery of war were now powered by the sickly sorcery of chaos, glowing with lambent green luminescence and oozing gangrenous pus. The name Death Guard itself would pass into secondary use, as the walking, pestilent carriers became a terrifying sight across the Imperium. To their victims, to their erstwhile allies, even to themselves, they had become the Plague Marines. Horus was eventually defeated by the Emperor, and chaos was driven back across space, finding refuge in the weeping sore known as the Eye of Terror. Mortarion and his Death Guard retreated there as well, but not in disarray, as many of the other legions did. Even in damnation, the resilience of the Death Guard remained, and under the direction of their master, they withdrew into the Eye intact. Loyalist Space Marines and Imperial Guard regiments breaking upon them time and again. Within, Mortarion claimed the world, which would become known as the Plague Planet, as his own. Its location, near the fabric of reality, was ideal for launching new strikes into the Imperium and across the galaxy. He shaped it so satisfactorily and defended it with his Plague Marines so well that his patron, Nurgle the Unclean, elevated the Primarch to demonhood and gave Mortarion what the Emperor had denied him, and what Horus had not been able to provide: a world of his own. Mortarion became the overlord of a world of poison, horror, and misery. He had come home. Homeworld. Barbarous was a feral world which orbited near its dim yellow sun, creating a thick, miasmic atmosphere of toxic chemicals. The most virulent gases rose through Barbarous's perpetual cloud towards the heat of its star, making the world beneath it a dismal place of night, unbroken by starlight and with short, shadowy days. An atmosphere breathable by humans existed only in the lowest elevations, on flat moors and in the valley basins of the jagged, stony mountains which spined the world. Beings, immune to the toxic soup of the planet's higher atmosphere, once existed on Barbarous, building great grey keeps in the mountain fastnesses. When humans came to Barbarous, the horrific conditions from which they had to eke out survival quickly reduced them to a pre-feudal state. The higher beings' incomprehensible powers, their ability to survive where men could not, and above all their hunger to prey upon them, experiment with, and curse humankind, caused the settlers to ascribe to those beings a medieval supernaturalism. What manner of creatures these dark overlords were will never be known. Since his elevation to demonhood, Mortarion has, consciously or not, remade the Plague Planet very much in Barbarous's image. Its citizens cower in festering villages on the planet's surface, serving their supreme masters, Mortarion's champions and other demonic chosen of Nurgle, who reside in mighty fortress citadels high above them. Diseased things, which should be dead, yet are not, roam the landscape, and skeletal Mortarion rules over all, enthroned upon the highest peak of the world. Combat doctrine. Mortarion was well educated, if narrowly. Matters of culture, history, philosophy were often alien to him, but on the subjects of dealing death, he was a prodigy. Mortarion believed that victory came through sheer relentlessness and communicated that ethic throughout the Death Guard. Their weapons and armour were rarely the most expertly artificed, certainly not the most beautifully ornamented, but functioned without flaw. The Death Guard did not manoeuvre fancifully or confound their opponents. They picked the best ground upon which to fight, then smashed their foes after they had broken themselves against the Death Guard line. There was no environment which Mortarion and the Death Guard feared. What Mortarion and his adepts could not devise means to compensate for, the Death Guard overcame through sheer resilience. Mortarion learned battle in a theatre of rocky mountain terrain without the benefit of machinery. Though his considerable intellect allowed him to grasp the value of such support, when his elevation to Primarch of a Space Marine Legion made such things as tanks and transports available, the primacy of the foot soldier remained ever the trademark of the Death Guard. Mortarion preferred to utilize huge waves of infantry, well equipped and highly trained on an individual level. He demanded that they be able to function and fight in almost any kind of atmosphere, and gave little emphasis on specialized units using jump packs or bikes. In fact, the Death Guard did not have dedicated assault, and tactical squads as such. All his Space Marines were expected by Mortarion to be equally adept with bolter, pistol and close combat weapon, to fight with whatever weapon circumstances dictated. Such doctrine lent itself well to the use of tactical dreadnought armour, and the Death Guard regularly used Terminators before the heresy. The Death Guard were particularly renowned for their success at such high-risk missions as Space Hulk clearances, and the Plague Marines continued that success, using Hulks to spread disease, infection, and the cult of Nurgle throughout the body of the Imperium. The combat doctrine which served the Death Guard so well in life now suits the damned character of the Plague Marines to perfection. Organization.
You don't need superpowers to keep your family.
Space Marine as well as possible. Obedience was extended through every rank. Sergeants were extensions of their captains, who were extensions of Mortarion himself. If there were any of the original legions that could be said to be of one body, it was the Death Guard. As a consequence, the Death Guard were organised into fewer companies than any of the other first founding legions. There were never more than 7 companies at any time in its history, but each was of considerably greater size, and heavy with Space Marine infantry, including Terminator squads. With Mortarion elevated to demonhood, his hand upon the Legion became more remote, and the Death Guard became broken up through space and time into smaller units. Warriors of the Death Guard are most often seen afoot, or at best accompanied by mad, plague-infested dreadnoughts. Few of the tanks and transports of the Legion still function, their upkeep and maintenance being no priority to Space Marines, dedicated to the incarnation of rot and decay. Some such constructs do soldier on, possessed by minor demonic entities or infested and animated by nurgling hordes, the swarming worker drones of the Lord of the Unclean. These forces are often found organised in squads of 7, banded together into cohorts of 7 squads, an echo of their Legion's organisation model at its height. 7 is also the sacred number of the Death Guard's patron power, and they believe that by forming themselves in multiples of that number, they carry the favour of the Demon Lord Nurgle and create a Kabbalistic strength. Whether their rule of 7 draws the attention and sorcerous blessings of the Death Guard's deity or not, the manner in which the Plague Marines carry themselves to war still reflects the hand of the Primarch, which forged them, shaped them, then led them to their damnation. The Demon Prince Mortarion remains master of the Death Guard even after their fall, orchestrating their movements unseen from his bubonic throne. Captain Garrow, hero of the Death Guard. When Horus's rebellion was finally understood, 70 Space Marines, alone of 5 legions, remained steadfast in their loyalty to the Emperor. These men seized the Imperial cruiser Eisenstein and broke the traitor's blockade of the Isvan system to carry word of the treachery to Terra. Their warning may have saved the Imperium. Commanding the Death Guard contingent was a great battle captain, Garrow. There are conflicting testimonies regarding the fate of Captain Garrow and his men. There are those who say that in the turmoil accompanying Horus's assault on the Imperial Palace, no one knew what to do with a handful of loyal Space Marines whose entire legions had turned traitor. The captain, indeed all of the Eisenstein's 70 who survived the gauntlet to reach Terra, were placed in custody, pending deposition by the Emperor himself. A deposition which, after his fall and enshrinement in the Golden Throne, never came. Garrow and the other heroes of the Imperium never saw the light of day and died prisoners. Others maintain that Garrow himself fought in the palace defence, and when he saw what his brother legionaries had become, he renounced arms and served devoutly as the Master Apothecariat, where Space Marine apothecaries received their training, futilely seeking a cure for the plague which had taken his entire legion of brothers until his own death. More fanciful tale-tellers link Garrow and his band to secret societies, moving behind the public face of the Imperium, and claim that Garrow and his original Space Marines still live, an elite force committed to thwarting the aims of Nurgle, Mortarion and the Death Guard, who appear in battle clad in the colours and flying the banners of the pre-heresy Death Guard, then vanish like grey ghosts.
I don't know, dude. It's crazy, right?
Still others report that Garrow was unable to resist the same lure to damnation which claimed his Primarch. In the aftermath of the heresy, Garrow turned to Nurgle and became a champion of the Death Guard. As the Lord of Flies, he still leads plague fleets from the Eye, clad in black, iridescent armour, and a power claw like a skeletal hand, accompanied by the maddening buzz of insectoid wings. Beliefs. The beliefs of the Death Guard echoed those of Mortarion, beginning as one and ending as the corrupt opposite. A resolute determination that individuals should be free of oppression and terror became a conviction that individuals were not suited to decide what was just for them. A faith in inner strength, iron will, and unshakable resolution in the face of hardship led to pride, arrogance, and an utter contempt for those they deemed inferior. When Nurgle's wrath came to the stranded Death Guard, their pride and arrogance was revealed, and their contempt for weakness turned upon themselves. Their surrender to Nurgle left them with only one seething, burning outlet, stoked white-hot by the depths of their self-loathing, to infect the strong, slay the weak, and rot the foundations of everything in their path until it collapsed. Their debasement would no longer seem shameful if the pestilence of their unclean lord eventually brought everything to ruin. Gene Seed. The Space Marines of the Death Guard always reflected the gaunt, shadow-eyed quality of their Primarch, that gave the lie to the hardiness with which they were made. The contagion which led to their damnation corrupted them physically as well. As Plague Marines, the once gaunt Death Guard are now bloated and seeping like an infected abscess, covered in boils, sores, and weeping wounds, crusted with the brown and green filth of the unclean. Nurgle does not accompany this repulsive aspect with gifts of mutation as freely as other powers. Such capricious change is the province of his antithesis, Zench, but on occasion will alter the countenance of a Death Guard aspirant with a tentacle, facet-eyed head of an insect or some other hideously repulsive form. Battle Cry. The Death Guard have no rallying cry as such. As Plague Marines, they are the incarnation of silent death, the virulent epidemic, the wasting disease, and the remorselessness of decay. They are a pestilence and pox, famine and blight, contagion and cancer, and like all of these things, are most terrifying when they come without word or warning. Well, there we go. Papa Nurgle's favourite there. I hope you enjoyed that little background there on Mortarion and the Death Guard. There'll be another one coming up soon. I'm doing them in order, so I believe the next one is The Thousand Suns. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to double check. If you've never read The Lords of Silence, I do highly recommend it. It's one of the best 40k books out there, novels, and really goes into depth of why someone would willingly worship Nurgle. And it kind of makes sense. Embrace entropy, you know? Just embrace it. Just live it. I'll recommend that book, seriously. If you've not read it, definitely get it. The Lords of Silence by Chris Wright. It's a corker. It's a corker. Thank you, everybody, supporting the channel. You can see your names going by here as I speak. And if anyone would like to also support the channel, you can use the links below or become a YouTube channel member. If you don't want to do that, which I do fully understand, please do give the video a like. I'd really appreciate that. Make sure you're subscribed so you get updates when I do new stuff. And hit the little bell thing. But let me know in the comments what you think. We'll be going through all these indexes as I go along. I've also found a couple of other ones for the sort of non-founding Legion sort of chapters. A couple of them. And maybe some other bits and bobs. Yeah, and then we'll move on to some other stuff. You know, I like to change things up and do different things as we go along. But yeah, I'm going to go now. Bye-bye. Have a good time. And like I say, just embrace entropy and love the little lords. And Vorks is best. Bye-bye. To the inquisitorial
Damn, that's loud.
representative, the Elucidian Star Striders. My lord, the following concerns primarily the Elucidian Star Striders, the private military cadre under the command of the rogue trader Elucia Vrain of the Vrain dynasty of renown, but also covers events in the Galactic East and the Imperium more widely, with the Lord Gilliman's efforts at utilizing the road trader cohorts as the main element of a new phase of Imperial expansion and colonization, following the formal ending of the Plague War, as well as the origins and nature of the Gellerpox, which has rapidly become a galaxy-wide threat. As discussed previously, I have begun the arduous task of creating a complete history of this new dark age of the Imperium, spanning the events from the 13th Black Crusade and the fall of Cadia up to the present day, and attempting to encompass all of the events which have transpired in the last century and a half of strife. A generation is now ascending to the ranks of our illustrious organization who have no knowledge of the time before the Great Rift, nor before the glorious return of our most honored Imperial Regent Gilliman. It is important that they appreciate that this new normal is not normal, and how quickly events can transpire that change the entire calculus of Imperial governance. As I compiled this vast treatise, a number of subjects have emerged which are important to know, but do not necessarily sit well within the overarching narrative I am constructing. I envisage these as complementary pieces to the whole, however, and they should slide neatly into the future completed history, so I will be sending them to yourself for further amendment and feedback, now before they are disseminated to peer and partner organizations for educational purposes. Amongst the star-faring fleets of humanity are men and women given holy writ to explore those regions on the outskirts of the galaxy. Rogue traders are beholden to no mortal, and their decisions do shape history. These adventurers are entrusted with a sacred duty to claim new worlds in the name of the Emperor. The Imperium of mankind is vast, its faded magnificence reaching across stars beyond reckoning. It encompasses 1,000,000 worlds, yet these planets are spread far. So great are the distances between them that only travel through the immaterial dimensions of the Empyrean allows the Imperium to remain connected. By using warp drives, starships can bypass the laws of physical space, traveling thousands of light years in a relatively short time. Such travel is wildly unpredictable, and swathes of territory distances between the Imperium's colonized worlds, and the fact that it has been in a state of war for all 10,000 years of its existence, it has grown to become the single largest empire in the galaxy, as is only right and just. Constant conflict has tempered mankind, readying us for the dark new era that we have now entered, an era in which humanity's very existence hangs in the balance. Some things never change. The Great Rift, an enormous tear in the fabric of reality, ripped the galaxy in two. Through that hellish fissure, the Chaos Gods sent forth their demon legions, seeking to conquer real space. In the period of darkness that immediately followed, the Noctis Eternia, more worlds were claimed by the Spectre of Damnation than ever before. Even now, the light of the Emperor's Astronomicon, the light by which ships travelling through the warp are guided, has returned to the galactic south. It is a time of desperation and encroaching doom. The leaders of the Imperium have issued a call to arms, putting its military and citizens on the ultimate war footing. To support the vast Imperial armies, whole star systems are being stripped of resources and materials, turned into armaments and sustenance. The Imperium's mobilizing call was directed not just at its workers and warriors, however. Those souls entrusted with extending the Emperor's domain have been charged with a nigh impossible task: to found new worlds, just as fast as the Imperium is losing them to the manifold horrors of chaos. Amongst the most capable of those who ply outer space in the name of the Imperium are the individuals known as rogue traders, warriors, explorers, leaders, and merchants. Rogue traders are all of these and more. Their autonomy in Imperial society is rivaled only by those in the highest echelons of Terra and Mars's governments, and they can draw upon a vast selection of resources to accomplish that to which they are tasked, striking out into the void and finding new territory for mankind. They alone bear the sacred warrant of trade, a letter that empowers the owner and their descendants to travel beyond the boundaries of the Imperium and engage in both commerce and war. No two rogue traders are exactly alike, but all are charismatic and unconventional leaders, capable of rallying others to their cause and achieving their goals no matter the odds. To ply the black void so far from any form of support requires a rare mix of bravery, self-reliance, and wanderlust. Rogue traders almost always have an entourage, ranging from a tight group of family members to a 100-strong army of well-drilled, fanatically devoted killers. Over the course of their centuries-long careers, these masters of negotiation surround themselves with an array of specialists to account for every possible trial they could face on the borders of known space. These range from xenocultural experts, invaluable in making contact with sentient alien species and assessing how best the Imperium might kill them at a later date, to Medicia staff who prolong their master's life far beyond their natural lifespan. Navigators, astropaths, explorator adepts, missionaries, soldiers, exotic creatures, and even Xenos advisors can be found in the service of rogue traders. These diverse retinues echo the elite operative groups chosen by Imperial Inquisitors, and are nigh as deadly.
Yeah, Imperial
some say.
Inquisitors.
Each courtier is just as much a strike team as it is a diplomatic force, and there are few rogue traders who have never had to fight their way out of a tight spot. Every bit as important as acquiring skilled followers, a rogue trader needs a ship, preferably a small fleet of them. These are often the most formidable vessels that Imperial currency can buy, boasting cavernous vaults, donjon-like brigs, luxurious living quarters, and firepower enough to level a city, if the need arises. Yet the most precious assets of such a ship are not its guns, but the warp drive that allows it to make translation into the Imperium, and the potent Geller field that keeps it safe from demonic incursions whilst doing so. Alas, this is no foolproof process, for the warp is chaos incarnate, and humans are fallible and unpredictable creatures at the best of times. Lucia Vrain. A rogue trader always cuts an impressive figure, whether in the courts of Imperial high society or upon a corpse-strewn battlefield, but none do so with more style than Lucia Vrain, even if she does say so herself. Resplendent in her Baroque finery, she appears much like a well-to-do Quantrell, an appearance that is deliberately deceptive. Beneath her stylish apparel and confident demeanour lies the soul of a merciless and hyper-efficient predator, one whose claws are only sheathed until the moment of the kill. When her prey bares its throat or leaves even the slightest of openings, Lucia draws blur, her bejewelled cane rapier, and wields it with the deft quickness of a master duelist. The weapon's monomolecular edge shimmers with potent power, and although the blade is slim, it can cut through the thickest of armour with ease. With but the twitch of her trigger finger, she can riddle an enemy with bullets from her antique pistol, an heirloom from a more elegant period of humanity's long-forgotten past. At need, her ring finger can be flipped to reveal a priceless Jacaro digital weapon that emits a blinding laser beam, shooting out from its faceted surface to scorch eyes and melt flesh. Vrain's potent war gear is not limited to offensive weaponry, as her armoured corset houses within it the finest of disruption field generators. From las beams to plasma bursts, all manner of incoming fire dissipates against the sudden flash of its protective screen. Elucia Vrain comes from a long-established rogue trader dynasty, dating back to the 32nd millennium. Few rogue trader families can claim to have founded more imperial colonies than have the Vrains, earning them and their followers the moniker of Star Striders. Under her familial training, she has become an innate leader, and her quick thinking and rapid-fire decision-making has seen her escape from certain death many dozens of times. The Vrain dynasty of rogue traders remains tightly knit, typically working together in the galactic north. However, Elucia herself has left her family behind. Whether this is by her choice or theirs is a question she will not answer. Whatever the case, Elucia's actions show she is determined to make her deeds stand out, even amongst the rich history of her ancestors. Her bold demeanour will see her rise to glory or die trying. Even by the standards of the High Lords of Terra, Vrain is old. She keeps in excellent health through the advanced medical procedures most recently performed by rejuvenant adept Sanastasia Minst, but accounts of her deeds span well over 500 years of Terran history. During her illustrious career, Vrain has discovered many star systems, mapped entire new sectors of the galaxy, and been credited with founding no less than a dozen different colonies. She helped eradicate the last of the Xeno species known as the Hollock, and has earned the eternal favour of Mars for sending the tech priests the coordinates leading to the planet Olymus, to date the most promethium-rich planet in the Imperium. Her adventures on the edge of the galaxy have not all gone smoothly, however. Several bounties have been placed on her head, and she is wanted for questioning by a number of branches of the Inquisition, mostly about the deaths of a string of planetary governors upon distant border worlds. These Imperial agents know her as the Mistress of the Black Flag, while the Orcs of the Dondar system refer to Elucia as the Feathered Death. The Aldari Corsairs of the Galactic North call her Failgale, a word that translates as either huntress or she-wolf. Starstrider, Scourge, Founder, Explorer, Savior, Destroyer. Vrain is all of these things and more. For now, that is all we will say. We will discuss her personal forces shortly. The Lord Regent's Summons. In the wake of the Great Rift, Elucia Vrain and nearly 100 other rogue traders were invited to Macragge for an emergency symposium. The summons bore the seal of Rabute Gilliman, an honour no one in the Imperium could refuse. It had been many thousands of years since so many rogue traders were gathered in one location. It was rare enough for a handful to meet. Vrain and many of her assembled fellows had guessed the purpose of the quorum by the time they had arrived, for Ultramar had been ravaged by war. The sovereign domain of the Ultramarines chapter, once thought inviolable given its peerless infrastructure and many layered defences, had been broken open and brought to ruin on a dozen fronts by the demon Primarch Mortarion and his Death Guard. Though Gilliman had returned to lead a masterful defence of his realm, the aftermath would take decades, if not centuries, to resolve. Many of the rogue traders genuflected as the Primarch entered the halls, but Gilliman bid them stand. He spoke to them as equals, as is his way. The Primarch claimed that the Imperium was not just being invaded, but locked in a...
How good a knight are you?
...had been inflicted by plagues, each supernatural in origin and ferocious in its spread. Before the invading forces of chaos had been driven back to the Scourge stars, a trio of conquered Imperial systems, many of the moons and planets under Gilliman's rule, had been racked by the spore of Nurgle, the dark god that Mortarion and his fallen legion called Lord and Master. During the Indomitus Crusade, Gilliman had travelled across the war-riven galaxy and seen his father's empire in flames. He knew every resource would be needed to save mankind, and even as he took the fight to mankind's enemies, his statesmanlike mind dwelled on how the Imperium would recover from its losses. To this end, he knew the rogue traders would be vital. The rogue traders that Gilliman had selected were to fight for the Imperium's future, not as warriors or bureaucrats, but as pioneers. The front line upon which they would face their destiny was not that of the battlefield, but of deep and uncharted space. They were to find new worlds to conquer in the name of the Emperor, fresh lands upon which mankind could settle and thrive. While warp storms had cut off much of the galaxy, they had also opened up never-before-explored routes upon the fringes of the Imperium. There could be found opportunity, and such dangers that meant many of the rogue traders would never return. Gilliman gave those gathered at the symposium the opportunity to leave, to walk away without a stain on their honour, for it was a perilous task he proposed. Since the opening of the Great Rift, the Astronomicon had been occluded more than ever, and the creatures of the warp seemed to haunt every space lane and distant moon. Yet not one of those assembled took a backward step. Some remained out of pride, some out of duty, some out of a sense of adventure, but all were to find themselves set on a new path that would see them meet either victory or death. Within days, the fleets of the rogue traders had left the realm of Ultramar, bound for the yawning reaches of space beyond the eastern fringe and the extremities of the ultra-segmentum spiral arm. Out there were the youngest stars in the galaxy, those most likely to have untouched planets in their orbits, and therefore most likely to have habitable lands. The fact that the tyrannic invasions of our galaxy is still occurring and for the most part coming from the galactic east, it doesn't appear to have crossed anyone's mind. That all hoped to find territories unspoilt by the ravages of chaos was an unspoken truth. Each rogue trader fleet took a different heading, their navigators guiding them through the warp towards destinations unknown. They all underwent challenges upon the way, and some found nothing but cruel and violent ends. Elucia Vrain took only her enormous flagship, the New Dawn, as she feared the multiple warp translations would make a larger fleet impossible to keep together. The journey to her intended destination was without incident, but throughout the journey, many aboard the vessel were plagued with vivid nightmares. The boilermen in the engine deck suffered worst of all, but such sleep abnormalities were common during warp travel, and even more so since the Great Rift had ripped a wound through reality, sending the stars into turmoil. It is at this point that I should state the importance of having commissars, or at least priests of the ecclesiarchy, to monitor the spiritual health of a ship's crew, something that is rarely present upon the ships owned by rogue traders. perhaps due to their more libertine attitude to life and also unconventional lifestyles compared to the wider Imperium. Rogue trader Vrain tended towards pragmatism over superstition, and paid divisions of her crew little mind. When summoned from his secretive labours below decks, her Electromeister advisor Larson van der Graus had insisted the ship's shields were at full strength. Furthermore, her close companion, the rejuvenant adept Sanastasia Minst, had vouched for the mental and physical health of every other soul aboard. The sense of disquiet reported by the ship's voidmaster Nitch, and the whines and growls of Aximilian, a genetically enhanced attack canid she had adopted and given over to her ship's voidsman-at-arms, may have once given Vrain pause, but in truth she had become absorbed by her quest. The Vrain dynasty had long ago heard rumours of a resource-rich star system that lay far to the east of Macragge. Unbeknownst to all but her companion, Minst, and the silent death cult assassin Nosso Prond, Elucia had in her possession a hollow map, showing the way to that promised land, stolen from her family's vaults prior to the galactic cataclysm that had ensured her escape from immediate retribution. The star chart dated back to the age of technology, but since its rediscovery, every attempt to follow it had ended in failure, the way blocked by raging warp storms. The Great Rift's shockwaves, however, had changed the landscape of the galaxy, and if Elucia's sources were to be believed, the path was now open. On through the warp went the New Dawn, year after year sliding by as the ship left the Astronomicon behind and made good progress towards the star that Vrain's hollow map codified as Exostellus. The ennui and claustrophobia of life on the lower decks took its toll as months became years, but Vrain had synesthesia to keep her in good health. Even a rejuvenant adept has her limits, however, and Vrain's body, already many times the longest of unaltered human lifespans, was beginning to resist the antithetonic treatments. Vrain begged the engineering boilermen that tended the warp engines to redouble their efforts, their claims of exhaustion and despair falling upon deaf ears. She would have her prize, no matter the cost. Then came the tolling of the bells. This was normally a welcome event, for it meant the long, nerve-wracking journey through the warp had ended, and translation back to real space had begun. However, something was wrong. The normally exuberant clanging, dirge-like and mournful. Yet there was little time to speculate, as the New Dawn tore into reality, Auspex readings going haywire as the ship emerged into depths of space untouched by mankind for almost 20,000 years. From readings alone, the rogue trader knew she had found what she sought, an entire star system of inhabitable worlds ripe for the plucking. The readings of one world in particular were off the charts, and if they were to be believed, the planet was the most verdant Vrain had ever encountered. So it was that some 30 years after setting off from Ultramar, the New Dawn moved into orbit to make planetfall. Naming the world Arcadia Neos, Vrain prepared for the long process of waking the settlers in the deep holds from stasis. She had found her paradise. Before the passing of a single Terran month, however, Vrain and her Elucidian Starstriders would be fighting for their very lives. With so many of their homeworlds contaminated, Primarch Gilliman had divided many of Ultramar's refugees amongst the fleets of the rogue traders he had tasked with expanding the Imperium's domain. although nowhere near the hauling capacity of the large ships that headed the explorator fleets of the tech priests. The New Dawn still carried in its enormous holds thousands of citizens, along with hundreds of prefab buildings, to help jump-start the new colonies. With the journey expected to take decades, and the ships lacking the facilities and resources to accommodate so many live bodies, Vrain placed her human cargo into hyperfreeze. Most importantly, it ensured the inexperienced civilians would be spared the worst hardships of warp travel. Even with Vrain's map, the journey would consist of multiple translations, with a single jump through the Immaterium not able to be risked, so far from the Astronomican's guiding light. Such a journey could have taken longer if not for Vrain's unparalleled experience in deepest space. Despite its engine glitches and its crew having recurring nightmares, Lucia Vrain and the New Dawn had done it. They had navigated through sectors of space untravelled by mankind since the age of technology, the distant era from which her hollow map was dated. The papyrus map that Vrain had stolen from her family provided accuracy to within 3 parsecs, a very particularly odd way of measuring distance, if I may say so myself. Her fears that the system may have been discovered by Xenos races or contaminated by chaos during the millennia it had been lost to mankind were largely dispelled by the sensor readings being brought to her. From the ship's viewing gallery, Vrain looked down upon the glowing blue world, spending hours in contemplation. This was no smog-reefed hive world, sucked dry by industry and overpopulation, but a verdant gem, a sun-warmed utopia, surrounded by other inhabitable worlds. Already the road trader's quick mind planned out which moons would best serve as defense stations, which continents would best be suited to immediate colonization. In that moment, the blue tinge of Arcadia seemed the very color of hope itself. Despite her joy over finding the pristine world,
Originium will carve a path for us.
Excuse me.
throughout her tumultuous career on the galaxy's fringes, all about her, the New Dawn hummed with awakening life. The settlers were coming out of stasis, and it would take a Terran week for them to fully recover and prepare the prefabricated structures crammed within the New Dawn's immense hangars. During that time, Lucia Vrain and her core followers would make planetfall to take further readings and establish landing zones for the first colonies. From the surface, more detailed scans not only met the hopes raised by orbital readings, but exceeded them. Arcadia Neos was rich in life and minerals, with data showing no sign of sentient Xenos races amongst the vibrant flora and fauna. Unlike a deaf world, the apex predators there proved to be of little danger to armed warriors. Upon Vrain's command, a message of triumph sang out into the void, sent by the New Dawn's astropath to his counterpart on Macragge. In the period that followed, Lucia Vrain, her crew, and the settlers ferried down to the planet on many a shuttle journey. Only the engine master and his crew remained aboard the New Dawn. The source of the dirge-like bells had been determined to be a malfunction in the ship's warp drive, and the lower decks were cordoned off while repairs were begun. Such issues were of little immediate concern to Vrain, as she was too busy coordinating the founding of the colonies and the exploration of nearby moons. The perfect, unassailable dream of Arcadia Neos ended in a single night. Unnatural beasts emerged from one of the prefab buildings, draining a dozen settlers of blood before being hunted down. Contrary to assumptions, Anastasia Mintz's autopsies revealed that the fiends were not indigenous to Arcadia Neos, and were instead nothing more than common human parasites, mites, boreflies, and the like, grown to abnormal size. their signatures were traced back to the New Dawn. On a slight but nagging suspicion, Lucia Vrain gathered a hand-picked team of the Starstriders aboard the transport shuttle True Hawk and returned to the orbiting starship. She took with her Void Master Niche's squad of Voidsmen-at-Arms. Voidsmen-at-Arms are trained extensively in the use of the lasgun, the ubiquitous anti-personnel weapon that also serves as the common armament of the Imperium's largest military force, the Imperial Guard. The naval soldiers are regularly drilled, both to keep themselves sharp during long voyages, and also to ensure the indentured toiler class of workers that service the many needs of the starship are kept in line. Voidsmen form the last line of protection should their ship be breached, but they are not merely defensive in nature. Voidsmen are trained to conduct counter-boarding exercises and act as escorts to officers or specialists should they decide to make planetfall. When a Voidsman-at-Arms is assigned to their host ship, there is no going back. From that day on, they are part of that vessel, and that vessel is part of them. They partake of the ship's vital fluids in a solemn ceremony, drinking incense-laced oil so that the craft's essence flows through their bloodstream, just as they move through the arterial corridors and passageways of their new home. Quite quaint, really. Upon induction, they swear a simple but significant oath to slay, without hesitation, any force that threatens their ship, its crew, or any Imperial dignitaries the craft might carry. This oath is held sacrosanct, even when the Voidsman is on planetary leave or assigned to an expedition. It is not uncommon for the service of Voidsmen-at-Arms to be requisitioned by vital Imperial agents, such as Inquisitors or rogue traders. Their new duties might entail leaving their assigned ship for months or even years at a time, but their oath will still hold true. They must defend their officers and fellows with steely determination, no matter the cost. In many ways, the Voidsman's life is a simple one, shorn of moral ambiguity and the doubt that haunts the higher ranks of the Imperium. Their imperative is clear. The ship, along with its crew, cargo, and passengers, must be protected against all manner of enemies, be they traitor forces, Xenos pirates, or abominable demons. In battle, a Voidsman-at-Arms looks first to their lasgun. When grouped into a squad, they are more than capable of laying down hails of lasfire, withering enemy ranks and keeping the foe at bay. Although trained in close combat and protected by Baroque flak armor, it is standard Imperial Navy tactics to keep enemies at arm's length and punish them with massed firepower. Yet, battles do not often adhere to plans, and for close-ranged fighting, such as that taking place during boarding actions, each Voidsman also carries a las pistol. Crowded ship corridors with their sudden turns and enclosed spaces are also the perfect environment for the Voidsman's concussion grenades. These hand-thrown bombs carry a charge that detonates with a resounding explosion, a burst that is even more dangerous within enclosed areas. Many a surging breakthrough attack has been halted with the judicious use of a few well-placed grenades. To augment a squad's firepower, it is common practice for one member to carry a heavier armament. The standard choice is the rotor cannon. With its multi-barrels and high rate of fire, the weapon has earned a number of monikers: the Whir Gun, Deck Clearer, and the Emperor's Chainsaw, to name but a few. Voidsmen are typically led by experienced troopers promoted from within their own ranks. These individuals are known as Void Masters, and are sometimes referred to in more archaic terms, such as petty or warrant officers. It is the Void Master that barks out commands and ensures discipline is maintained. whether this squad is in battle or simply running through another grueling training regimen. In place of a lasgun, these officers carry an artificer shotgun, a weapon that can be devastating in close quarters. Void Masters are noted for their practicality and gruff personas, characterized by their stern disposition and unwavering adherence in Imperial Navy codes. They uphold many of the traditions and rituals that have been in place since before the days of the Horus Heresy, whether on weapons cleaning duties, deck polishing, or volley fire practice. Woe to the trooper that fails to live up to a Void Master's exacting expectations. Void Master Nitch and his squad became part of the Elucidian Star Striders when they were seconded from the Vengeance, in exchange for the aid rendered to their task force by Elucia Vrain. Strict and professional in his duties, Nitch is nevertheless well liked by his men. Even the most begrudging of their group admits that the vigor in training and constant discipline that the Void Master preaches has paid off in battle more than once. Additionally, Nitch backs up his relentless pursuit of military excellence with numerous acts of loyalty and bravery under fire. There is no member of the squad Nitch has not impressed with his actions. The Voidsmen still talk of the time he stepped between the squad and a boarding mob of orcs upon the Vengeance, the Void Master's artificer shotgun blasting apart the Greenskins' charge. Vrain herself has complimented Nitch, as well as remarking upon his squad's ability to lay down an impressive spread of supporting fire. Of Nitch's Voidsman squad, weapons specialist Stromian Grell is the most veteran, having served alongside the Void Master on 3 separate voyages. Once a hot-headed recruit, Grill has absorbed the lessons Nitch so often shouts, and he now remains calm in battle by repeating mantras taught by the Ecclesiarchy. By laying down effective fire in several engagements, Grell has earned the right to bear the squad's rotor cannon. The rest of the squad contains Voidsman Shelkus, the deadliest shot with the las pistol, Voidsman Rigors, a noted pessimist whose griping earns constant rebuke from Nitch, and Voidsman Theolus, the youngest and most eager to prove himself. Many ancient Terran species still survive on planets settled during the Age of Technology, and only recently rediscovered. On one such world, Elucia Vrain found a creature belonging to a domesticated species from the distant past, a canid. Naming the beast Aximilian, she brought it aboard the New Dawn, where it quickly bonded with the Voidsmen at arms. They trained and outfitted the canid as one of their own, its heightened senses ensuring that not even foes hidden by cloaking technology could approach unnoticed. Aximilian moves with impressive speed and can deliver a powerful bite. Many times the canid has proven both an excellent guardian and loyal companion to all those within the Elucidian Star Striders. Several of Vrain's most important advisors and specialists also accompanied this mission. Electromeister Larsen von der Graus. The Electromeisters have a powerful and innate connection with the motive force, and sacred electricity literally runs through their veins. So thoroughly do these priests of energy understand their trade that even the fractious electro-priests of the cult Mechanicus treat them as prophets of the Omnisire. Unusually amongst their priesthood, Electromeisters are entrusted with claiming the crackling energies of unexplored territories. In many ways they are missionaries of the Martian Creed, always searching for new sources of energy that can be exploited to help fuel prospective forge worlds. They are to ripe for conversion, and with that responsibility comes a great deal of power indeed. To aid them in their mission, a Electromeister has an array of technological marvels at their fingertips. The generator they wear upon their back, optimized via a turn-screw handset, generates a powerful Voltgeist field that sends out crackling wraiths of energy whenever the Electromeister is threatened. These bursts of electricity prematurely detonate solid-shot projectiles and dissipate energy bolts. Even a fusillade of bolter fire can rarely penetrate such an aegis. Should the Electromeister be attacked by primitives he intends to relieve of their precious resources, the pyroelectrics of this defense shield alone can cow the heathens and convince them that potent spirits are at the priest's command. In many ways, this is not too far from the truth. The Electromeister's powers are not limited to defense, for their arsenal of weaponry includes a Voltaic blaster, a weapon of the Adeptus Mechanicus that can shock a target's animating energies from his body. If the Electromeister has a weakness, it is without doubt their dangerous curiosity. Many of their kind take up with explorator fleets or rogue traders, hoping to find unexploited worlds rich in untapped energy. It is their driving desire and mania to be able to send back detailed reports of great riches to their forge world of origin. Alas, out in the furthest and most savage reaches of the galaxy, most such seekers find only jeopardy and death instead. It has only been a few years since the Electromeister Larson van der Graus joined the Elusian Star Striders. While scouting for sources of the motive force from his homeworld of Mars, van der Graus was urged by his superiors to forsake his vaultless searches along the eastern fringe in order to join the expeditions of the rogue trader. After all, Vrain had discovered the Prometheum-rich planet of Olymus, and was seen by Mars as one of the most influential and likely to discover treasures of all rogue traders. Since that time, Larson van der Graus has traded his technical expertise and the impressive protections of his Voltgeist array for a chance to travel at Vrain's side across the frontier. Detailed reports, in static code, stream constantly back from Van der Graus to Mars, keeping the tech priests appraised of the rogue trader's every move. And of course, keeping us appraised as well, for the arrogant tech priests have yet to realize that we have broken their ciphers for this little agent of theirs. And this is one of the main reasons why I'm able to present this information to you today. Sanastasia minced. Rejuvenant Adepts are members of an imperial organization modeled after the Orders Hospitaller, but are not only focused on healing, but also longevity. They hold the power of a sham immortality, and their talents are greatly sought after by those with the resources to pay for them. With complex programs of rejuvenant treatments, steroidal elixirs, and anti-thanators, these bioscientists can extend the lifespans of the wealthiest patrons for centuries past their natural limit. Without these specialist personnel, even the High Lords of Terror would feel the cold claw of death clutching at their throats before their generation-spanning agendas could come close to completion. Rejuvenant Adepts can be found throughout many Imperial agencies, but they are of special use to rogue traders. All voyages of the stars routinely make journeys that take several decades or longer to complete, even when translating into the warp. Such odysseys are grueling for the mind as well as the body. The extreme form of cabin fever, known as Empyrean fugue, is a very real danger for those effectively trapped in the immaterium for any length of time. Trusted with the well-being of their charges, the rejuvenant adepts are also masters of neural realignment, their normalizer helms allowing them to exude waves of calm that can render even the most hideous waking nightmare a swiftly fading memory. On the battlefield, rejuvenant adepts are incredibly proficient at effecting emergency surgeries. Within the blink of an eye, they can heal serious wounds and administer pain-numbing agents. Even warriors felled due to punctured organs, torn muscles, or broken bones can be not only stabilized, but ameliorated. Even those who have been seemingly mortally wounded can once more take up arms and rejoin the battle. The members of the Ordos Hospitaller take vows of non-violence, dedicating themselves to healing alone. Such is not the case with rejuvenant adepts. The galaxy is full of war, and these specialized medics are under no illusions that battle and bloodshed will not be required of them at some point. When called upon to engage an enemy, an adept's las pistol and scalpel claw allow them to more than hold their own, ending lives as willingly as they would extend them. Sanastasia Minst was once the preeminent rejuvenant adept in the Talasar sector. Tragically, her meteoric rise to power was reversed just as she had begun to make a name for herself. After successfully treating the skin rot of the Dothar aristocracy, the ensuing ravages of the disease were erased. Minst began to have waking dreams of a maiden trapped in a cage and forced to suffer eternally by contracting and then overcoming a potent new disease each day. She became obsessed with the idea of a panacea, a cure-all that could heal even a god. It was this fixation that saw Sanastasia begin to neglect her duties of rejuvenation. When the High Princess, Curtly Dother, began to show signs of her 180-year lifespan, Sanastasia was forced to flee. She took up with Elucia Vrain, leaving the Ultramar system on the New Dawn in the hope of beginning afresh. It worked for a while, until the vessel plied the depths of the war, where something spoke to Sanastasia, promising her an innate understanding of all diseases and the cures that could banish them. All she had to do was sabotage a certain panel of a certain warp drive, and the knowledge would be hers. I'm sure once this little nugget of information was discovered, everything worked out fine for her. Not so Prond. There are many different sects of Imperial Death Cult, but all are obsessed with the act of killing. After all, in a hostile galaxy, only the strongest will survive. Hence the cult's glorification of all things that bring death to the enemies of the Imperium. Although some are branded as heretical, most sects within the death cult remain faithful to the Emperor, for they revere him as a figure beyond the grave's cold clutches and seek a portion of his immortal wisdom by steeping themselves in his morbid energies. For a death cult executioner, the act of living is a blasphemy, only balanced by the tally of souls they reap. It is their calling to slay, and they seek to kill not only the Emperor's enemies, such as Xenos or traitors, but also those who would better serve the Imperium through death. By their reasoning, an assembly line worker that can no longer keep pace is occupying a vital space that could be better filled. It is the death cult's rampant culling of citizens no longer deemed worthy that draws the ire of the Inquisition. That, and the cannibalism that often follows. Death cults can be found across the Imperium and beyond. Some cults demand their members journey upon a blood crusade, while others hire out their trained killers, allowing the cult to better finance themselves, while opening up new channels for bloodletting. They are in much demand by rogue traders, inquisitors, and other more unseemly types. I've hired some myself in the past. Death cult executioners prefer to deliver a death blow at close quarters, the better to drink in the energies of their kill. The art of the blade is paramount to death cult executioners, and they master many combat styles and different types of incisions. All have special significance in the sacred kill, decreeing differing levels of respect or dishonor. Yet a sword is not the assassin's only weapon. In addition to its enhanced optics and rebreather, the executioner's mask can spit a poison needle with incredible accuracy. As much as I enjoy employing them, they are a tad heretical, I'm sure you'll agree. Strange are the ways of the death cults. Rising to the upper echelons of her cult, the Winged Skull, Nosso Prond was forced by the political maneuverings of her own priestesses to take a cruel vow, to strike out into the galaxy, unable to speak a word or return to her temple until she had slain a specimen of no less than 1,000 different Xenos races. After years of hunting, Knossos crossed paths with Elucia Vrain. By wordlessly offering her services to the rogue trader, Prond was able to travel the fringes of the galaxy, bringing her face to face with a huge number of exotic alien species, greatly increasing her kill tally. Although silent, Prond has developed a strong rapport with the rogue trader and acts as her champion. As Vrain and her team entered the ship, an fetid and unnatural odour filled the winding corridors. More of the grotesquely swollen parasites were discovered. Something vile had taken hold of the ship. The further Vrain's team explored, the more corridors seemed like the infected innards of some sickly beast. The deep clunking of the engines was no longer a steady thud, but the irregular double beat of a dying man's heart. Upon reaching the cathedral-like engineerium, Vrain gazed with revulsion upon the black heart of the New Dawn's corruption. What was once the ship's warp drive was now a tumorous flesh mass that pumped vile fluids through the ship. The rogue trader ordered a hasty retreat back to the shuttle, pausing only to unleash a steady stream of lasgun fire at the shadowy figures that lurched behind them. Once they had been the engineerium crew, but now they were the stuff of nightmares. Only when her team had boarded the Truehawk and exited the holds of the New Dawn did Elucia punch in the codes to activate the ship's remote self-destruct function. Handy thing to have. As the data transmitted, the shuttle's klaxon blared, its siren punctured by Aximilian's alarm barks and a fusillade of lasgun fire. Bursting from beneath the floor panels and pulling themselves out of the ducts came cybernetic mutants, their static-laced moans as disturbing as their appearance. Having stowed away while Vrain and her team searched the New Dawn, they now sprang their ambush. Vrain's first instinct was to get the Truehawk planetside, where she could call upon more troops, but she quelled the urge. There was no way she wanted to risk spreading the contamination further. The mutants would have to be dealt with aboard the shuttle. Based on reports from survivors of this scene, we can determine what she was up against. Amstein Volg was once a strapping engine master and commander of the engine decks, but the Gellerpox virus had warped him. He was now a twisted lord, known as Volgra Thrice Cursed, or simply Old Boiler Guts. While the corrupted Gellerfield generator bestowed many darksome gifts upon the engine crew, None were granted more than Volg. The engine master swelled massively in size, his new form supported by bulging muscles and a dark pulsating vitality. In a disturbing ceremony, the writhing bodies of his first two mates became absorbed within his own flesh, and thus did Volg become the three-headed Volgra. Horrific to look upon, the Twisted Lord sprouted new limbs and developed an ability to skin graft weapons into his body, merging man and machine with gruesome results. Not all of the New Dawn accepted their gifts willingly. In combat against such non-believers, Volgra proved more than a match for even the most veteran amongst them, his multiple weapon-tipped limbs pummeling and ripping apart any who dared oppose him. Yet Volgra saved his most dangerous weapon until he was confronted by 24 Voidsmen-at-Arms. Shrugging off lasgun fire, the Twisted Lord exposed his distended gut to reveal a raging fire burning within. His belly had become a disease-ridden furnace that was stoked by hatred. With a grunt, Volgra issued forth a gout of corrupting fire, an unnatural inferno that engulfed his enemies. None survived, and their blackened bones now help fuel the flickering flames that still burn within the Twisted Lord. Volgra is a boisterous leader, looking after not only those mutants beneath him, but also the infected Gellerfield generator that gifted him with his new abilities. It was he who first succumbed to its call, and who gathered others of the crew to perform debased rituals. Those that dissented from this new path were quickly shown the error of their ways. At first, the infected had been like a carbuncle on the underbelly of their host culture, but eventually it was they who ruled the ship. In all his zealous actions to grow his beloved cult, Volgra still showed elements of his old engine master self, cooing over well-made mechanisms and expressing appreciation for the solid craftsmanship of the machines and mutations that surrounded him. The following are the examples of the different variants of Gellerpox-infected mutants which were present during these events. But in other examples of Gellerpox infections, similar breeds have been noted. So we can deduce that where the virus strikes, similar mutations will flow. The Gellerpox virus elevates an engineering crew's natural reverence for the life-saving technology they maintain to a new and disturbing level, and before long they come to worship the Gellerfield generator. Throughout their escalating veneration, they fail to realize that the drive has been compromised and now hosts a vile warp entity. Over time, the crew absorbs baleful emanations emitted from the corrupted machinery and becomes mutated. In a final submission to chaos, the bewitched crew rest their heads upon the Gellerfield generator's housing, the better to commune with the animus inside. The steel of that giant machine flows like quicksilver around their heads, encasing their craniums in immaterium-tainted metal. When struck in battle, those Gellercaused masks flash, sending warp-saturated energy bursts outwards with enough force to shred the sanity of anyone in close quarters. In addition to these disturbing masks, the mutants are afflicted with foul boils, horrifically bloated bellies, necrotic skin and malformed limbs, often one or more of which take the form of tentacles, scythes, or other weird lumpen shapes. Strangely, the Gellerpox disease can affect machinery and will often fuse man with machine, grafting weapons into mutant appendages. The speech of Gellerpox mutants is garbled, muffled by mask, but also made near intelligible by mechanical whirs, bleeps, and static. In a similar fashion to others blessed by Nurgle's dubious gifts, bearers of the Gellerpox are notoriously resistant and can shrug off what would otherwise prove to be mortal wounds. Lumbering from the underdecks of the New Dawn came a gruesome horde. Mechanics and mates that had once served Volg had been transformed into Gellerpox mutants who answered to Volgra thrice cursed. They were the Vox Shamblers, Grumex, Puglox, and the Herg, twisted variants of their former selves, who now acted as the Twisted Lord's apostles, spreading the virus aboard the New Dawn. Those unblessed by Nurgle were beaten and given one last chance to bow before the sickly-coloured Gellerfield generator. One final chance to recognize the divine machinery that pulsed before them. In battle, the Vox Shamblers are terrifying and tenacious foes. As they march, from beneath their masks comes a garbled speech that mixes words given shape by swollen, cyst-covered tongues, with bursts of static machine code, vox signals, and mechanical whirs and clicks. They can absorb prodigious amounts of firepower, barely even slowing in their efforts to get close and deliver their own devastating blows. Glitchlings are small demons, close cousins to the entities known as Nurglings, a fusion of machine plague and electrostatic energy. The mites were first reported in M32, shortly after the demon Primarch Perturabo made a pact with Nurgle that saw him pervert the 8 rituals of possession and turn them against the Forge world of Toil. That planet was conquered, not only by the Iron Warriors, but also by the Tech Priest's own machines, their trusted engines becoming nightmarish cybernetic horrors that were as much demonic flesh as metal. Waddling among the machine beasts were plump, diminutive creatures that cackled in scrap code and glowed with baleful energy. Even as the guns of the Forge World's defenders focused on larger targets, the glitchlings ran wild. Their disruptive aura caused cogitators, electrolumens, and machine spirits to falter or go haywire. In their moment of greatest need, the defenders found their weapons stuttering and flickering as the machine plague took its toll. Similar strange anomalies have been recorded across the galaxy since the fall of Toil. Wherever the glitchlings bounce forth, long-cherished guns in fine working order suddenly fail. The most reliable servitors stumble to a grinding halt, and tanks in pristine condition suddenly rust as if aged hundreds of years in the blink of an eye. Such is the glitchling's true purpose, to bring entropy and disease to machines, infecting circuitry, contaminating mechanical parts, and degrading metal, rather than bringing plague to creatures of flesh and blood. Although their greatest joy is in disrupting the technology of mortal races, glitchlings are malicious creatures, and they find it immensely entertaining to stab or bite foes that are distracted by their weapons malfunctioning. Although small and relatively puny, glitchlings secrete a noxious substance that covers their claws, teeth, and blades, so that any wounds they cause are full of infectious disease. Burbling nonsensical words and emitting spark-filled belches, the gregarious glitchlings bound across the battlefield in small packs. They take extraordinary glee in spreading mayhem and express puerile behaviour in the form of rude gestures, suggestive capers, and tittering laughter over the pain and destruction they leave in their wake. They mock and mimic the curses or looks of shock that come over defenders.
At Pechanga Resort Casino in Temecula, you can stay and play.
No.
Mutations are more pronounced than others. Those referred to as nightmare hulks have reached the apogee of transformation that a mortal frame can withstand before it bursts apart in a fountain of gore or becomes a chaos spawn. Each over 10 foot tall and weighing well over a ton, nightmare hulks are so far past the limits of normality that only the tiniest shreds of sanity and intellect are left to them. Such lumbering mutants are much prized in the vassal hosts of chaos, for they are past notions of fear, and exist simply to rend and tear in the manner of a frenzied beast. Many a headlong charge against an imperial fortress has been led by a line of rampaging nightmare hulks, eyes bulging and muscles straining. Heedless of their own force's casualties, they smash into bunker doors and crush Farrakheet with their jagged claws and grasping tentacles. The sheer hideousness of the nightmare hulks is a weapon in itself, for they boast all manner of diseased deformities, growths, and disgusting features. Extra mouths, gnash, tentacles, writhe, plentiful folds of skin sway and bulge ominously, as if something inside was writhing its way out. The sight of these monstrosities alone can drive a spike of crippling fear into even the most stalwart of hearts. Many are the foes that dropped weapons and fled in horror at the approach of something so gruesome and unnatural. Permanently enraged, nightmare hulks hurtle towards the nearest foe, eager to smash their victims to bloody paste. Some carry crude weapons, but most prefer to attack with their powerful claws, throttle with their sucker-lined tentacles, or even swallow adversaries whole. The largest and most powerful of their kind are known as colossal hulks, and their ferocity is second to none. It is not mankind alone that suffers mutation due to the twisting powers of chaos. A long list of parasites have plagued those that travel the stars, but when subjected to enough of the vile energies of the warp, such organisms grow from disturbing nuisances to the most vile of predators. A variety of freakish creatures scamper, buzz, and sliver amongst a mutant horde. These organisms were once parasites that suckled unseen upon humanity, but after being bathed in warp energy, they have grown to the size of canids. As their statures have increased, so too have their appetites. They charge headlong towards prey, hissing and chittering as they seek to sate their never-ending hunger. The dirty-bodied flies that buzz from the corpses of chaos-infected cadavers are often imbued with a tiny portion of warp energy. These insects become steel-sharp of probosces and swollen of abdomen, their spindly legs like barbed needles that sink into the skin of their targets. Eye stinger swarms are fast, able to dart, dodge, and change direction in mid-air, making them extremely difficult targets. They are amongst the most feared warp parasites, for they attack their victims' faces, knowing that to blind and terrify their prey is to ensure a far easier meal. With a repellent droning, the mutated flies will work in unison, their probosces stabbing at their victims' eyes. Those whose skin has been punctured during the attack soon find their flesh rippling with ocular organs bulging outwards. Noxious maggots emerge from their bodies within seconds, burrowing their way out to reveal foul new broods of eye stingers. The hopping, leaping insect known as curse mites were once minuscule blood drinkers that were little more than a painful nuisance. However, having fed upon the distorting powers of chaos, such parasites grow huge. They are still drawn to the scent of gore, and they spring forward with shocking swiftness to bowl over their prey. Once their stabbing mouthparts find an artery, curse mites can drain a man-sized host of blood in seconds. As they feast, the parasite's bodies balloon, swelling in size even as they turn crimson. Only after draining a foe of every drop of blood will they fall off. But this sated state lasts mere seconds before they are bounding off again in search of another living meal. The leech-like creatures known as sludge grubs are swollen and grotesque. They slither from dank hiding places to batten on their victims, their fang-lined maws capable of delivering a deep and nasty bite. Once attached, sludge grubs are all but impossible to remove. It is dangerous to even try, for in bursting their soft bodies one risks being splattered by their extremely caustic innards. Mutated by the warp, sludge grubs are filled with an acidic fluid that can burn through any armor. The loathsome parasites can spit small sticky globules of this substance a short distance, allowing a pack of them to fell larger prey upon which to feed. These myriad abominations now attacked Vrain's crew. Vrain rushed out of the bridge, locking the bulkhead behind her, only to emerge into an escalating battle. At the open door to the cargo bay, the Voidsmen-at-Arms were attempting to hold back the mutants. Their fire was accurate. The fusillades of lasbeams struck the foe, blasting through distended guts and bloated torsos, but failing to slow their enemies at all. Weapons specialist Stroman Grell leveled his rotor cannon to blast apart the oncoming mutants in explosions of foul fluid. Vrain joined the defense, expertly picking off several of the lurching attackers with her heirloom pistol. As the cyber mutants advanced, the lights flickered as fat-bodied demon mites darted out of overturned crates. The Voidsman closest turned to blast them apart, only to find his lasgun inexplicably malfunctioning as they fell upon him in their multitudes, his horrible screams mercifully cut short. Even as Vrain realized it was too late to stem the tide of foes emerging from hiding, a hulking giant stormed out of the shadows. Death Cult assassin Nosso Prond was swift to claim its head, but another came, using its crushing strength to smash a command console. The True Hawk lurched, tilting everyone in first one direction and then another. A stray rotor cannon shot burst a pipe, sending out obscuring clouds of steam that momentarily hid the foe. The ship's internal gravity began to fail, and Vrain could hear metal bending as other monstrous creatures battered upon the closed blast shutters. Vrain knew there was but one possible recourse now, and with a shout, she ordered her team to abandon ship and make their way to the escape pods. The fight to reach the True Hawk's escape pods was costly. 3 of the escape craft had been jettisoned from the True Hawk. The 4th had not made it, its passengers overwhelmed by mutants. The high-orbit explosion of the New Dawn was bright enough to be seen through Arcadia Neos' sun. Additionally, contrails of escape pods joined those from the True Hawk, raining down upon the planet's surface, a telltale sign that not all those aboard the New Dawn had perished. Elucia Vrain and her comrades steered their plummeting pods towards the first buildings of the colony. The rogue trader's craft was damaged as it left the True Hawk, and its malfunctioning guidance system caused it to crash into the largest of the structures, the Adeptus Ministorum's shrine. The meteoric descent through the roof further damaged the pod, its door jammed shut. How long Vrain lay stunned, she did not know. Upon recovering, she immediately sought to cut her way out of the escape pod. She had no way of knowing if others of her team had lived, and although she had not seen the additional contrails, the rogue trader deemed it likely that some of the infected had survived the destruction of the New Dawn. Even now, they might be closing upon her. Volgra, thrice cursed, seethed over the loss of his beloved Gellerfield generator, and swore vengeance on those who had destroyed it. Many of his infected cult had still been aboard the New Dawn when its reactors detonated, and Volgra felt their loss keenly. Some of the New Dawn's landing pods had jettisoned before the ship buckled and ripped itself apart. Each was filled with mutants, the nightmare hulks taking the room of 5 ordinary men. Even mutoid vermin had scampered in, both eager to be by the side of their larger allies and simply hoping to find rich new sources of blood. Although the landings were widely scattered, the mutants pulled themselves out and began striding towards the largest buildings on the horizon. They longed for vengeance and to spread their new disease. By the time the first of Lucio Vrain's team entered the Ministorum Shrine, the infected were already pouring in. The strange mutoid vermin could be seen prowling along the edges of the shadows within the dimly lit building. The footsteps and voices of Voidsmen echoed beneath the vaulted ceiling as they called out for their leader, but their only answer was the sickly drone of eye-stinger swarms. Lasgun fire flashed as the insects surged towards the Imperial soldiers. One Voidsman-at-arms, Riguz, found out the hard way that the visor of his helm would not stop the stinging probacies of the loathsome parasites. His anguished cries as mutant larvae burst out of his eyes were mercifully cut short by a swift strike from the merciless Nosso Prond. Even as the
Whether you're
pox mutants could be heard, along with the roaring of the larger of their corrupted kin. So began the battle proper, with Voidsmen searching for the fallen pod while loosing volleys at the loathsome creatures in the shadows. With a shout of triumph, the pod was found, and several Voidsmen rushed from cover in an attempt to open it. They were met by an oncoming nightmare Hulk, a towering mutant that stood nearly twice the height of a man. Great tentacle arms snaked out to batter down one Voidsman, while another was lifted up and choked. Rejuvenant adept Sanastasia Minst quickly administered to the fallen warrior, while the Lectromeister Larsen von der Graus blasted at the jammed pod door with his Voltaic pistol. More Voidsmen arrived, levelling bright bursts of las fire into the massive mutant. Despite many shots landing, the Nightmare Hulk could seemingly absorb the shots with impunity. Stromian Grell's rotor cannon proved more capable, and he swept the whirring gun back and forth, stitching red ruin across the tentacled monstrosity. It staggered and fell, yet still dragged its bulk forward with its snake-like appendages. Screaming his fury, Grell aimed another salvo and then looked down at his gun in shock. Jammed. Even as he cursed, the glitchlings that had snuck underfoot swarmed closer, giggling sparks and gnashing their razor-sharp teeth. The canid Aximilian arrived too late to save Grell, but he did avenge the fallen Voidsman by savaging the tittering demon mites. It was then that a new assault wave began, with a trio of Gellerpox mutants rushing forwards, followed closely behind by another Nightmare Hulk. Vrain escaped her confines just in time. Darting out from her pod, she slashed with her monomolecular blade, Blur. For a moment, the bloated Gellerpox mutants halted as if stunned, before their cleanly severed limbs and heads began to topple. The metal mask of the last mutant flashed unnaturally as the rogue trader stabbed Blur through it. So potent was the psychic feedback it unleashed that Vrain was momentarily stunned, even as a new wave of curse mites bounded forward, eager for blood. Minst was faster, however. Her hastily administered serum cleared Vrain's head instantly, so that the rogue trader's snapshots each sent one of the oncoming parasites sprawling, their foul whip-like legs twitching aimlessly in their death throes. Meanwhile, the Death Cult assassin squared off with the Nightmare Hulk. Nossos Pron swung out with her power blade, chopping a scything claw from the corrupted giant, and then darted out of the way before the creature's return blow could strike her down, dodging even the geyser of befouled blood that spurted from the creature's stump. Then came the leader of the Gellerpox infected, the architect behind the new dawn's corruption, apparently. Amidst the bellowing flames, the creature known to his subjects as Old Boiler Guts strode into the shrine, roaring his displeasure. All around the shrine came the static groans of his answering minions, roused for one last charge. Vrain's last stand was nigh. It culminated in a single combat between Vrain and old Boiler Guts. In one stunning move, she managed to slit the throats of all three of his heads. And with that, the final purge of his minions began. We do not know the current state of the colony. Perhaps it does still survive and has prospered. What we do know is that Vrain has been sighted abroad, so she has clearly gained access to her other naval assets. I hope that this exploration of the Star Striders has been illuminating, as it does cover a number of interesting topics. Some of these issues will be covered again in greater detail in the history of the Dark Age of the Imperium, and you can expect other short treatises on related subjects very soon. In the meantime, my lord, I await with anticipation your feedback. As ever, I am your most loyal and patient servant, Inquisitor A.B. Prince. Thanks for watching, everybody. Please do remember to like the video and subscribe if you're not subscribed. Much more stuff coming very, very soon. To everybody supporting the channel, you can see your names here. Thanks a lot, lads. Really means a lot. Genuinely. It's great. So, yeah, thank you. I will see you again soon. And, yeah, have a good one. Cheers. Iron Inferno by C.L. Werner. What little daylight filtering through the murk turned a sickly yellow by the thick layers of dust polluting the atmosphere. Isanagi was a wounded world, maimed and mutilated by an assault from the stars. The shrieking winds that churned the dust clouds were like the pained wail of the planet, crying out in agony to an uncaring universe and an impotent Imperium. Lord General Ro Nagashima wiped the grit of dust from his goggles and glared at the murky sky. The prefect governor of Isanagi had assured him the astropaths had sent a psychic alarm into the aether. It was small consolation, even if the psionic cry was heard, even if a relief fleet was mobilized. The vagaries of travel through the interstellar warp meant it could be years before help arrived. By that time, Isanagi might be far worse than wounded. General Nagashima sighed into the rebreather mask that straddled his face, his breath echoing back into the comm filters of his helmet as a harsh, metallic wheeze. The gloved fingers brushed against the row of campaign medals sewn into the breast of his tunic. The tactile feel of old glories brought a bitter smile to his face, annihilating the pirates of the Orni cluster, bringing to heel the serf uprising on Taitso, defeating the renegade House Caracalla and their mercenaries. All of these had been wars he had fought in the further reaches of the Yamato system. There had been honour and grandeur in those battles. They had been a furnace that had forged him from a fragile man of flesh and fear into a warrior of steel and valour. The general looked again at the ugly, dust-choked sky. This war was different. This was not some backwards corner of the system, some scraggly planetoid overrun by rebels or some pirate-infested asteroid. This was Isanagi, the jewel of the Yamato system. This was his planet. This was his home. It had started without warning, a chunk of space rock vomited from the warp, hurtling directly towards Isanagi. Terror had gripped the world, Every calculation of the observators of the Divisio Astrologicus came to the same result. Izanagi was doomed. The impact of such an immense meteor would kill the world and everything on it. There was no time to evacuate, only to kneel before the God Emperor and make peace with him before the end. The impact of the immense meteor was felt across the planet, sending earth tremors that resonated across each continent. A great plume of dust billowed into the atmosphere, wrapping Izanagi in a mantle of darkness. Yet, it seemed, the Emperor had answered the prayers of his subjects. Impossibly, the immense space rock had reduced its velocity as it entered the gravity pull of Izanagi. True, it had struck with force enough to gouge a 100-metre deep crater in the lush forests of Kazi Basin, but even such a devastating impact was far from the planet-killing blow predicted by the arcane science of the tech priests. Even as the people of Izanagi celebrated their deliverance, the real danger began to make itself known. The thick layers of dust swirling in the atmosphere blinded the satellite surveillance systems of the prefecture and the agri-combines. Aircraft found it impossible to operate in the choking, gritty clouds, dust quickly clogging intakes and exhausts and reducing visibility to a few meters. Only by travelling directly over land was it possible for expeditions to reach the crater and investigate the strange space rock, a difficult journey of some hundreds of kilometres from the nearest settlements. At first, the silence of the expeditions was blamed on the interference of the atmospheric dust on Vox traffic. Then, small settlements began to fall silent. Within a week of the meteor's impact, a chilling hypothesis was proposed by the observators. The meteor had not crashed into Izanagi. It had landed, been directed at their world by some manner of intelligence. Worse, the tech priests of the Divisio Biologists were certain they knew what creatures had piloted the meteor into Izanagi. They called the object a rock, and said that from its innards it had infected their world with the most persistent Xenos threat in the universe. General Nagashima shuddered as he thought about that moment when he had stood in a Terracrete bunker and watched as the tech priests dissected one of the specimens collected by their Skitarii scouts from the Silent Zone. He had seen picked casts of the aliens before, read of them in histories, but nothing prepared him for the shock of that moment. Ro Nagashima, staring into the dead eyes of an orc. To call it man-like would have been sardonic and insulting to the grace of human physiology. It was a squat, four-limbed beast, its limbs swollen with grotesque masses of muscle, its ugly skull jutting out from its broad shoulders on the merest stump of a neck. Its skin was like old leather, green where it had jutted from its lantern jaw. Beady red eyes glared from either side of its ape-like nose. There didn't seem to be room for a spoonful of brains in its thick, sloped skull. Yet the orc had been carrying a bulky, ramshackle weapon that had the tech priests scratching their shaven pates in confusion and muttering cantrips against the heresies of Xenos technology. This, then, was the enemy. With orbital and aerial observations impossible, the human defenders of Izanagi could only monitor the advance of the orcs by the expansion of the Silent Zone. When settlements went quiet, they knew that the aliens were on the move. General Nagashima clenched his fist as he remembered those long, frustrating weeks, watching the steady advance of the orcs on his maps, like a surgeon watching the spread of some malignant disease. Eventually, the officers of Izanagi's planetary defense forces detected a pattern to the alien attacks. Knowing where the orcs had been, they felt safe predicting where they would go. Studying his maps, Nagashima decided where they would cut out the disease threatening his world. The general rubbed the fog of dust from his goggles and stared at the wind-swept hills all around him. The crop of boden fruit was lost. the dead vines shivering in the breeze. But they would still serve Nagashima's plans. The Bowden fruit required a careful mix of altitude and shade in which to flourish, and this had led to their cultivation on small, man-made hills. Vast plantations dedicated to the raising of Bowden fruit peppered Izanagi, creating artificial landscapes of maze-like valleys. This was where the orc rampage would end. Nagashima was using those valleys now, hiding his PDF troops behind the hills. A paved service road cut through the hills, used by the serfs to gather
What looks like a
crops.
small...
It formed
Where?
a direct route to Ko, one of Izanagi's hive cities and the nearest processing plant for Bowden fruit.
On
The
those
general
chicken legs you're
smiled
making, or
as he gazed
something else?
down at the tempting stretch of road, built wide and rugged to accommodate the hulks of the harvest machines. The road was ready-made for movements of armour. Along its length, for a distance of 70 kilometres, his engineers had set their minefields. At the mouth of the road, where it entered the valleys from the plain beyond, Nagashima had buried hundreds of aerial bombs, each of which could be detonated remotely when the orc column drove over them. The aliens would be caught between the buried bombs and the mines. It was then he would give the order for his troops to emerge from concealment in the hills and cut down the orcs from either side. He could almost find it in himself to pity the stupid brutes. The general stared out across the plain. Every trap needed bait, and Nagashima had provided the orcs with a very good reason to cling to the apparently safe hills and valleys when they made their advance. Dominating the plain was a lone mesa. He could see the imposing structure sprawled about its summit, the plasteel and ferrocrete immensity of the maintenance complex for the Bowden fruit harvesters. It was an awesome structure, rising several hundred metres over the plain, dwarfing even the mesa it stood upon. Around this formidable complex, Nagashima's troops had dug a vast system of trenchworks, erected a jungle of chain wire, constructed a nest of minefields and tank traps. Behind these, a system of bunkers burrowed into the base of the mesa. Immense gun emplacements jutted from platforms in the sides and on the roof of the complex. Howitzers and siege mortars gaped from caves gouged into the face of the mesa, their steel mouths waiting to explode with fire and death. General Nagashima could imagine the effect the mesa would have on the orcs. Even their brute brains would recognize the horrible firepower arrayed against them. They would seek to bypass the fortifications and circle around it under cover of the hills. The orcs would not know that the entire complex was an illusion. Less than 5% of the guns were real, just enough to give the impression of full batteries when they fired. The rest of the artillery was simply stretches of pipe welded together and painted to resemble the muzzles of cannon. Most of the bunkers were simply tarps riveted into the walls of the mesa. The minefields around the complex were really only a few meters deep. The chain wire only active and lethal for a small stretch before giving way to normal stretches of chain strung between iron posts. Many of the tank traps were simply wooden beams nailed together and painted to look like metal. A token force manned the perimeter of the fortification, there to give the illusion that they were the vanguard of an entire army. If the orcs sent scouts to investigate the defences, the custodian force was to punish them relentlessly, each platoon tasked to give the impression of a company, each company that of a battalion. At the same time, any scouts who entered the hills would find no trace of human occupation. General Nagashima smiled beneath the mask of his rebreather. Yes, he almost felt sorry for the filthy Xenos scum. The brown skies of his anger
Maybe draw really fine lightning electricity along it. Make it look more like a power core instead of a soul stone.
Penetrate the dust-filled murk of the atmosphere. Captain Grimrock Badtooth.
I don't know, bro. I don't know the lore. Don't listen to me.
The human-built instrument, looking like a tiny toy in the orcs and men's hand. Grimrock scrunched his scarred face into a scowl and squinted through one of the lenses of the magnoculars. A thick finger pawed awkwardly at the modulator controls set into the side of the instrument. Guttural snarls rumbled through the orc's fanged mouth as he thumbed past the setting he wanted. It was with difficulty that he resisted the urge to dash the magnoculars to the ground and stomp them beneath his steel-shod boots. Finally, the orc captain found the setting he wanted. The black world around him leapt into vibrant hues of green as the night vision mechanisms became active. Grimrock always thought it was an appropriate thing, the way the human device made things green. It was almost as if the humans who had made them had understood that the night belonged to the orcs. A low, bestial grunt trespassed into Grimrock's thoughts, asking him what he saw. Grimrock didn't look to see which of his warriors had asked the question. With his free hand, he simply struck out and swatted the speaker. There was a satisfying crunch of gristle and a truculent yelp of pain. The question wasn't repeated. He'd given his mob strict orders to keep their gobs shut. The last thing he needed was for one of them getting gabby and giving the humans warning. Grimrock stared through the magnoculars, passing them across the bristling defences of the human position. He studied the lines of wire, the fortified bunkers, the complex trenchworks. The orc grunted in appreciation as he passed his gaze over the artillery pieces poking out from the structure on top of the mesa. Those were some big guns, the kind of thing the mech boys could really put to good use. The orc's leathery features twisted in a brutish smile as he watched the figures of sentries moving through the wire. Grimrock paid careful attention to where they stepped, what they touched and what they didn't. When he wanted to, the orc could remember things with photographic detail. It was one of the benefits of having half his skull replaced by a Pain Boy's experiment. The captain watched the soldiers make their way back into the trenches, then followed them until they disappeared into one of the bunkers. With a satisfied grunt, Grimrock lowered the magnoculars, shoving them into the scrawny arms of Wizgrot. The thin, emaciated creature was much smaller than the hulking orc, though it shared the same leathery green hide. Where the orc's bulk was suggestive of awesome brute strength, that of Wizgrot was lean and sneaky. The Gretchen orderly took Grimrock's magnoculars and replaced them into the steel case he carried. Grimrock scowled at Wizgrot. Shivering, the Gretchen sketched a salute and snapped his heels together.
Well, if you can make it look good from one perspective, do that, and then when you put it on display, make sure that it's only on display from that side.
Scrambled after
Get my good side,
bringing barks of harsh laughter from the orcs watching him. Grimrock rounded on his troops, glaring at them with his good eye. The other, lost along with the better part of his skull, had been replaced by a crude electrical device, a scanner light that simply bounced from side to side in the part of his empty eye socket. The rest of the orc's face, on that side of his head, was simply a mess of rusty steel plates bolted to his skull. Grimrock scratched at the line of scar tissue that marked the joint between flesh and metal. He reached a decision, one that brought a smile of sadistic amusement across his face. Grimrock settled his attention on Gobsnot, one of his lieutenants. Gobsnot was just stupid enough to make a good diversion. The orc captain grabbed hold of his underling's tunic, dragging him close so he could grumble new orders into the knob's ear. Gobsnot turned away from Grimrock. Growling at the mob milling around him, listening to the exchange, he called out a few comrades. When the detail was mustered, the orcs loped off into the darkness in the direction Grimrock had pointed. Grimrock watched them vanish into the gloom, a cunning light in his eye. He reached to his belt and pulled a tattered mass of fabric and leather from where it had been tucked beneath it. His clumsy hands tugged and teased the worn, tortured material into a crude approximation of shape. Straightening himself to his full height of 2.5 meters, the orc captain scrunched the battered hat onto his misshapen head. It was ludicrously small, barely covering the top of the brute's scalp. It wasn't a fit that concerned Grimrock, however. It was the message behind the hat. He'd torn it from the body of a boss human in the ruins of Vervenhive, one of the black-clad officers who kept their soldiers in line by shooting the ones that tried to weasel out of a fight. Grimrock smiled as he saw that his own troops understood that same message. The captain studied his warriors, watching the eagerness building up. About the haft of the immense chain axe he carried. He thumbed the activation stud, grinning as the steel teeth of the weapon shuddered into life, whirring like lightning as they screeched along the edge of the axe. Grimrock turned, his long coat whipping about him in the biting Izangian wind. He didn't look back to see if his troops were following him. They were the best commandos in the clan, the hardest fighters that blood axes could provide. They weren't afraid of anything. They'd follow him into Gork's mouth if he told them to. Besides, if any of them did try to run out on him, they knew he wouldn't stop looking for them. He had a long memory for the captain. It was another side effect of having half his skull replaced by a pain boy. They made good time, even when they did reach the wire. Grimrock placed the credit for that on his foresight. He'd kitted his troops out with red boots before setting out on their scouting mission. Even the lowest grot knew red ones were faster than others. The massive orc captain crouched down beside the barbed fencing, his eye watching the terrain around him. He could just faintly see the flickering lights of the bunkers, sometimes the dim gleam of a soldier's IO stick as he drew smoke into his lungs to fend off the cold of night. The sight gave Grimrock an idea. He snapped his fingers at Wizgrot. The weedy Gretchen fumbled about among his many packs and belts until he found what his boss wanted. Grimrock stuffed the thick cigar into the corner of his fanged maw, clamping down on it with his heavy teeth. Another snap of his fingers, and Wizgrot was straining on tiptoe to light the ugly-smelling rolls of dried squig sinew. Grimrock drew a lungful of the filth into his chest and grunted. Now, if any of the sentries did spot movement in the wire, they would see the gleam of his cigar and think it was just one of their patrols coming back. The size discrepancy between orc and human was a minor detail the captain chose to dismiss. Besides, Grimrock considered as he took another drag, pretty soon the soldiers would have other things on their minds. The captain stared out at the darkness, wondering how far Gobsnot and his boys had gone. They should be just about into the wire by now. Watching the way the human patrols had avoided that stretch of the perimeter, Grimrock was pretty certain there was something nasty waiting there for Gobsnot. The deafening boom of explosives thundered through the night. Grimrock's grin broadened. It seemed Gobsnot's boys had found some mines. Instantly, the trench works ahead of the orcs burst into activity. Soldiers scrambled along the line, racing to positions closest to the disturbed minefield. The darkness evaporated as heavy flood lamps sparked into life, as the sizzling beams of lasguns slashed through the gloom. The barking chatter of a heavy bolter snarled into action while the dull crump of mortars and light artillery pounded the earth. More mines exploded as Gobsnot's embattled commandos tried to retreat from the withering fire trained upon them. Grimrock roared, slashing his chain axe through the wire. Alarms wailed as the strands of barbed wire snapped beneath the chewing teeth of the axe. The captain just grunted in amusement. The humans had already deployed themselves to deal with Gobsnot's mob. It would take them time to train their guns in his direction. Time the soldiers didn't have. Grimrock gestured with the churning edge of his axe at the trench line, snarling at his warriors, inciting the maddened orcs, fanning their eagerness for battle into bloodthirsty fury. Almost, the captain forgot to impress upon his warriors the strategy behind their mission. They weren't here just to kill things. The war boss wanted intelligence about the human strongpoint, intelligence the commandos were to bring back to him. The orcs behind Grimrock lifted their weapons in the air, a chatter of bolt guns, stubbers, and combi weapons barking into the night. Even the bark of their weapons was almost drowned out by the deep bellowing war cry of their owners. Wah! Like rabid beasts, the orcs swept past Grimrock, dashing for the human defences. The captain saw the closest bunkers turn their weapons on the rushing commandos. The first bursts of bolter fire were high, aimed at pre-selected targets at the edge of the wire. It took time to correct their aim, to swing the heavy weapons down and rake the oncoming rush of alien killers. By then, dozens of the orcs were already pouring into the trenches. Those at the rear were ripped apart by the downturned bolters in the bunkers, their hulking shapes jerking and twisting as the explosive rounds shredded them. But it was too little to save the few soldiers detailed to remain at their posts during the slaughter of Gobsnot's mob. Grimrock dropped down into the trench just as the heavy bolters began to find their range. A human soldier rushed at him, firing his rifle at the towering orc. Grimrock felt the las bolt sizzle through his arm, the wound cauterizing instantly behind the searing beam of light. Barely cognizant of the injury, Grimrock seized the soldier by the front of his tunic. The man screamed, trying to smash the orc's face with the plasteel stock of his weapon. The lasgun smacked uselessly against the steel plates bolted to the orc's skull. Grimrock scowled at the panicked human, turning his head as the soldier tried to hit him again. Annoyed, the captain pulled the man into the whirring teeth of his axe. The soldier's body jumped and convulsed as the chain axe chewed through him. Grimrock let the shredded mess tumble to the ground, then wiped some of the spattered gore from his coat. Grimrock turned away from the mangled mess of his foe, his eye studying the battle unfolding around him. Wherever his commandos had entered the trenches, they had seized control of them. The butchered remains of humans were strewn across the earthworks, a few battered survivors fleeing over open ground to reach the protection of their bunkers. Further away, however, Grimrock could see a different story unfolding. Soldiers were pouring from the higher bunkers, others were racing back from the farther trenches and the fire line they had formed to deal with Gobsnot's mob. The commandos controlled their section, but the captain knew they could not do so for long. The orc captain gestured with his chain axe at the bunker and roared. He could see a few of the closest orcs acknowledge his order. They stopped attacking the escaping soldiers and took off at a lope for the closest bunker. Other orcs, noticing the action of their comrades, gave off their own bloodthirsty pursuit and moved to support the bunker attack. The captain gave a satisfied grunt. That was what set his boys apart from most of the horde. The commandos understood the need to get a job done, even if it meant pulling out of a scrap. Grimrock snapped his fingers and pointed at the carcass of the soldier he had killed. Wisgrot leaned over the body and tore a ragged strip of cloth from the front of its tunic. The captain waited until his orderly stuffed the scrap of cloth into one of the bags the grot carried. Then he lunged at the wall of the trench. The orc's powerful arms had no trouble pulling his bulk up from the pit. Grimrock snapped a command over his shoulder to Wisgrot and hurried to join the rush on the bunker. Wisgrot cursed and mumbled under his breath as he struggled to climb out of the trench and follow the lead of his captain. The short Gretchen didn't try too hard, though. The possibility that the fighting would be over by the time he reached the bunker limited the enthusiasm of his efforts. The bunker was a big blockhouse of ferrocrete and plasteel. The humans inside were armed with at least 2 heavy bolters and had gutted 3 of Grimrock's commandos in the first rush. The reminder that the soldiers had weapons more formidable than the lasguns of the trench defenders had curbed some of the enthusiasm for the attack. By the time Grimrock joined his troops, the orcs were sheltering behind several tank traps, leaning out from their cover to deliver ineffectual potshots at the fortified position. Grimrock growled at the other orcs as he joined them behind their scanty cover. He could hear the ferocity of the fighting down in the trenches. The humans were bringing up reinforcements to contain the incursion into their lines. Some of his commandos might not appreciate it, but it wouldn't take too many humans to overwhelm them. Sure, they'd get a good scrap out of it, but the Bloodaxe clan was built on the idea that there was more to winning than getting yourself killed in a big fight. If they were going to get what they needed and bring the information back to the war boss, then they had to move and move fast. Grimrock bellowed at one of the commandos near him, a huge-shouldered orc wearing a set of thick goggles over his eyes and lugging a giant metal barrel on his back, turned and stared suspiciously at the captain. The captain barked at the orc, a brute named Scorchslag. He motioned with his fist, ordering the commando to attack the bunker with his flame-spewing burner. Scorchslag raised one of his singed fingers by way of reply. Roaring back at him, Grimrock made a string of increasingly violent threats against Scorchslag if he didn't follow orders. The big orc still looked unimpressed, but when Grimrock drew the pistol from his holster, it seemed to convince Scorchslag he might do worse than follow orders. The commando hefted his burner, the muzzle of the weapon dripping liquid fire. With a last look around, Scorchslag sprinted towards the tank trap closer to the bunker. Instantly, both of the heavy bolters inside the bunker began to fire on the orc with the deadly flamethrower. Grimrock slapped the shoulder of the commando sheltering beside him, gesturing for him to rush the bunker from the other side, while the soldiers were distracted by Scorchslag. The commando seemed just as reluctant to break from cover. Snarling his annoyance, Grimrock pushed the other orc from cover, waited a moment to see if the soldiers in the bunker noticed him, then followed. The two orcs rushed across the killing zone in front of the bunker, diving against the thick wall of the fortification. They reached the safety of the wall an instant before the bolters tore through the tank lashed across Scorchslag's back. The commando vanished in an explosion of liquid fire, transformed into a screaming, staggering torch. Another burst of fire from the bunker put the blazing orc down. Grimrock ripped a wood-handled stick bomb from his belt, nodding for the commando with him to do the same. The two orcs smacked the heads of the grenades against the wall of the bunker, then cast the activated explosives through the firing slits for the bolters. The walls of the bunker failed to restrain the fury of the blast. In a shower of flame and debris, the bunker virtually collapsed in upon itself.
It's Friday.
You're charged with the murder of your wife.
I didn't hurt her.
Prove it.
Get it.
Body on one of the tank traps. The captain glowered at the mutilated orc, then scowled at the smoking wreckage of the bunker. He'd need to talk to the mech boys about how much punch they packed into their stick bombs. Grimrock shook his head to clear the ringing from his ears. He stared at the ground, looking for the peaked cap that had been blown off by the explosion. He stopped looking when Wizgrot appeared beside him, timidly handing the battered hat to the orc. Grimrock snatched the hat from the Gretchen and stomped towards the wrecked bunker. Now that the heavy bolters were quiet, other commandos were breaking cover to close upon the destroyed objective. Grimrock pushed his way through the press of orcs, determined to be the first to see whatever was left. The bunker was a shambles, twisted supports protruding at crazy angles from shattered blocks of processed stone. Here and there the mangled wreck of a soldier jutted out from the jumbled mess. Grimrock snorted contemptuously as he looked at the walls. The stick bombs had blasted them to bits like they were nothing but paper. Maybe he'd suggest the mech boys keep making the grenades the way they were, provided, of course, that they let him know first. The captain scratched at his scar and listened to the sounds of fighting elsewhere. The ground trembled as mortars began to shell the captured stretch of trench. Grimrock grunted in annoyance. It would be the height of satisfaction to climb up there and feed the humans their blasted mortars. But he knew he had bigger squigs to catch. He had to get information for the war boss. Let him know how tough this human position was. Grimrock glanced at the commandos with him, then nodded at the rubble. The orcs shouldered their weapons and began to dig, exhuming the torn bodies of the soldiers. Each time one of the corpses was exposed, the orcs tore at the front of their uniforms, ripping apart the cloth. As they collected scraps of uniform, the commandos cast aside the bodies of their enemies like so much refuse. Soon, even Grimrock was satisfied that they had exposed everything there was to find in the rubble. Wailing sirens shrieked across the battlefield. In the distance, Grimrock could see some of his commandos retreating through the wire. Howitzers shelled the ground as the orcs fled. Squinting, Grimrock could see the reason for their withdrawal. A pair of big armoured vehicles had lumbered into view, their guns blazing as they mowed down orcs. The appearance of tanks made it clear to even the most stubborn of the commandos that they wouldn't be able to hold the trench. Wizgrot pulled at Grimrock's coat. The orderly's scrawny arms were filled with the scraps of cloth the commandos had collected. Grimrock took them from the Gretchen and stared at the bloodied strips of uniform. It was a habit of humans to wear the colour of their mob on the collars of their uniforms. Grimrock had learned some time ago that the easiest way to tell how many humans were gathered in one spot was to see how many different glyphs they wore on their collars. The other commandos were under strict orders to collect collar tabs from every human they killed. Grimrock should have quite a collection when the survivors of his mission returned to the Horde's encampment. Then the captain would be able to study them at leisure. The war boss would be pleased to know how strong the human presence was around the Mesa. And it was always a good thing to be thick with the war boss. Grimrock barked the order to withdraw to his troops. They had done what they had set out to do. They had tested the strength of the human positions, and they had secured intelligence about how great their numbers were. That was what the war boss had demanded of them. Lord General Ro Nagashima smiled beneath the mask of his rebreather as he read the reports from the Mesa. During the night, Orc scouts had tried to infiltrate the lines. The defenders had allowed the aliens to penetrate deep enough to get a full taste of what the position had to offer, to see the fake bunkers and siege guns. They had allowed survivors to escape back through the defences, to take word of what they had seen back to their army. There was one curious thing in the reports. The orcs had torn the collar tabs from the soldiers they had killed. Nagashima was puzzled by this. Was it possible the brutes were trying to recognise which units were stationed on the Mesa? Nagashima chuckled at the thought. If the aliens were that clever, then they would fall even more deeply into his trap. Elements from a dozen different regiments had been detached for duty in the custodian force. Should the orcs understand the importance of insignia, then the Xenos vermin would think there was an entire army group stationed up there. Nagashima's PDF troops stood at the ready. If the orcs were going to strike the hive city of Ko, then they would come over the plain. To avoid the seemingly formidable Mesa, they would need to move into the hills. Once they did that, the PDF would cut the orcs to pieces. The boom of artillery snapped General Nagashima from his thoughts. A furious barrage thundered from the plain. He turned his head as he heard excited vox chatter erupt from the communications terminals arrayed about his command centre. Beneath his mask, he turned pale as the importance of the frantic voices shrieking from the voxcasters impressed him. Orcs, tens of thousands of them, an entire army. They had boiled down into the plain in a moving ocean of war bikes and battle wagons, of crudely cobbled together tanks and lumbering titanic stompers. The aliens surged down onto the plain in a tidal wave of destruction, but they did not turn from the Mesa. Their ramshackle guns and missile launchers sent barrage after barrage into the Mesa, blasting apart the faux defences erected by Nagashima's troops, obliterating the illusion of an impregnable bastion. General Nagashima lifted his eyes, watching as a black pillar of smoke began to crawl into the dust-ridden sky above the Mesa. Horror churned in his gut. It was impossible. Everything had fallen into place. There was no way the orcs could have guessed the Mesa was a trick. Everything had been done to make the Orcs believe the Mesa was a fortress manned by an army of Isanagi's PDF. The Orcs had taken the bait. Reason dictated they would avoid the Mesa, take the shelter of the hills and bypass the fortress as they made their way to the Hive City. Instead, the Orcs had advanced directly upon the fortress. Despite every appearance that it was here, Nagashima had concentrated his forces. Instead, or because, the sickening thoughts made Nagashima's knees turn to jelly. The horrified general sank into a campaign chair, his head sinking against his chest. The Orcs were not human. It had been idiocy for him to expect the Xenos to act like men. They had brought his deception. They did think the Mesa was where he had concentrated his forces, but instead of scaring them off, the imagined strength of the position had drawn them in. The Orcs, spoiling for a real fight after weeks of ransacking isolated settlements, hadn't tried to avoid the fortress. They had come straight on, eager to slack their lust for battle. General Nagashima listened to the panicked voices of the Voxcasters. Gradually, the chatter died away, as the positions were overrun. The officers under Nagashima were already shouting commands to their staff, trying to remobilize their entrenched positions. It would be too late to save the troops trapped on the Mesa. And once the Orcs finished swatting aside Nagashima's mock defences, there was nothing to stand between them and the billion inhabitants of Ko. Nothing but the regret and shame of the general who had failed them. There we go, a little bit of story time for you boys. Bit of Orc commando action. Blood Axes are my favourite Orcs. I'd love to see them. I know they're going through the Orc stuff now and sort of updating the range. So I look forward to seeing some Orcs wearing leather coats and peak caps, you know. I think that'll be good. You know, some looted Lehman Russes. I miss the sight.
Yeah, dude.
Some red camouflage Lehman Russes. I've never heard that before. The fact that they're wearing red boots because red boots make you go faster. It makes sense though in the logic of the Orcs. It makes sense. And in a universe where the gods are real, and you know, belief has a tangible impact on the world around you. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I think this was probably C.L. Werner. To me, I get the vibe that this was probably like C.L. Werner's first thing he did for Black Library, like his sort of. Because he doesn't really write 40k stuff either. He's more of a fantasy guy. But I feel like this was kind of like his audition piece or something. I don't know. There's also a weird thing he mentions about like he got the hat from Vervenhive, which doesn't make sense in any possible way. But, you know, we'll leave that. I'll leave that. I think this was like a sort of audition piece, a pilot for him working at Black Library. That's the vibe I get. So, yeah, nice little piece though. Nice bit of Blood Axe action. Commandos, all that. Yeah, I'll be back again soon with more stuff. If you'd like to support the channel, please consider becoming a YouTube member or either joining me on Patreon or on, what's it called? Subscribestar. You'll use any of the links below, any of the affiliate things. They all help me if you use any of them. But yeah, that's enough begging. Thank you to everybody who does, though. You can see your names going by here, of course. And I update this regularly. So if your name isn't on this one, it will definitely be on the next one, depending on when you decided to help me out. Anyway, I'll be back soon. Thanks very much. Big stuff coming. And small stuff. And lots of stuff. Lots and lots of stuff. See you later, boys. Have a good one. The Vestroyan Firstborn are one of the oldest continuously operational military forces in the Imperium. In terms of the Imperial Guard, or Astra Militarium, they are perhaps the oldest force. Unlike many worlds, we have a fair idea of their origins, not just as a military force in the galaxy, but of their homeworld itself and their great shame. The planet Vestroya was colonised at some point in the age of technology, when mankind first ventured into the stars to reap its rewards for successfully beating the Fermi Paradox. Its original colonists travelled far indeed, as the planet lies in the Halo Zone, past the Eye of Terror on the edge of the Milky Way galaxy in the Segmentum Obscurus, which is interesting because the Eldar had an empire at the time and for some reason allowed the filthy Monkey to expand into their galaxy and colonise everything. Unless, that is, they were too busy powering up their degenerate god. That is disgusting.
Teofimo Lopez versus Shakur Stevens.
Descended from the original canines that were brought with the colonists, lung spiders, and the common rat, which is probably one of the most popular species across the galaxy due to its alliance with humanity, in genetic terms. Not only that, but they clearly brought with them some kind of tree, because they use a lot of wood, but we'll get to that shortly. Oh, and there's clearly some kind of bear-like creature for all those fancy hats. This does mean that it is technically in the Imperium Nihilis, kind of, but it also appears to have a fairly clear line of communication to the Calexis and Scarus sectors, and hence to the remnants of the Imperial positions around the Eye of Terror and the Segmentum Pacificus, leaving it in a slightly less dangerous situation than other worlds this side of Terra, where the Sicistrix Maledictum directly cuts them off from Terra and the Astronomicon. But don't worry about all that kind of thing, that interesting detail, because GW isn't. Primaris! Vestroia is an industrial world, a tithe designation granted to those planets which have a tremendous economic and, shocker, industrial output, but which are not quite at the turning point of being a fully fledged forge world in their own right. So, though heavily industrialised with factorum and densely packed accommodation for its population or workforce, it is not so heavily built up or polluted by its productivity to be designated a hive world. You can breathe and walk around outside without dying instantly, and Vestroians do see the sky, even if it is a bit smoggy. A bit like China. During the Age of Strife, the Mechanicum of Mars undertook its own period of expansion, reuniting Mars under the Martian priesthood, following Old Night and the Cybernetic Wars. They sent out vast colony ships across the galaxy. Due to the tumult of the warp during this period, these ships moved slowly through real space, but occasionally through the immaterium in the rare moments of stability, to make short hops to speed up travel, similar to how the Tau utilised such short hops and skimming the surface of the Nightmare Realm to get where they want to go. They eventually settled on worlds and founded what would become Forge Worlds of the future, on unpopulated planets with sufficient resources, or planets which had been or still were human worlds, no doubt taking advantage of information and data they had mapping the galaxy within their archives from the human empire that was, that they had gathered on Mars and the Sol system in general, as they occasionally invaded Terra and other human settlements in search of technology and records that had survived the Great Calamity. In addition to settling the Forge Worlds, these Forge Worlds also expanded into pocket empires loyal to Mars, allying with other human worlds and civilizations in the vicinity, either ruling over them directly or trading with them as they needed to import resources, inevitably to keep the Forge fires going, and continuing the Omnissiah's work. These pocket empires held firm until the Great Crusade, when the armies of the new Imperium, the alliance of Terra and Mars, went forth and reconnected with these existing Martian holdings and their enormous industrial capacity, which went a long way to spurring the crusade onwards, as each Forge world and its miniature empire was absorbed within the borders of mankind's new realm, thus allowing the supply lines to be significantly shortened, enabling humanity to push ever onwards. Convenient, that. Really makes you think, almost as if someone had a plan. Now, during the expansion of the Great Crusade, there was a certain amount of jockeying for influence and control of the various new territories and planets as they were made compliant. Between the various wings of the fledgling organs of the Imperium state, the best example of this is the status of the Night Worlds. Now, by no means all, but most of them fell under the influence of the Mechanicum and owe them fealty, up to the current age, and in return for the knights fighting for them, they share planetary resources and technology. This was not only a political victory, the Martian priesthood won though, as when industrial or technologically advanced worlds were encountered, they often came under direct control, or indirect control, of Mars, with the Emperor's agreement, obviously. One example of this is the planet of Kievar, which the Primarch
Zonex,
Korax
what's up,
agreed
dude?
to become a fief of the
Thanks,
Mechanica,
bro.
who then acted as overlords over the existing tech system on the world. Korax was a nice guy, even though he did
That one's
nuke
getting
people.
there.
Something similar appears to have happened to Vestroia, which, having an ancient connection to Mars during the Age of Strife, it was inevitable they would fall under the influence of the
And then we
Red
worked a
Planet.
little more detail
Now,
on this
may
one.
go some way to explain what happened next. As the heresy broke out and brother fought brother and worlds burned, the Vestroians, under the influence of the Mechanicum on the planet, decided to wait the war out and see who won. They refused to raise and dispatch regiments from the planet to confront the traitors, and instead kept its population on world, continuing to churn out arms and other goods from their vast manufactura, which they also refused to send.
A little bit more detail on this one.
That's what the stories say anyway. There is some dispute due to the sources available and vast amounts of time that has passed since that age. Some tellings of the tale say that Vestroia stayed loyal and determined that they were better use to the Emperor's armies, keeping their population at work, churning out war material.
Focus.
One of the other reasons for this may possibly have been the fact that being on the very edge of Imperial space, they may have only just been brought into compliance, say just before the heresy began, which meant they had less devotion to the Imperial cause, a reasonable excuse to explain their motivations.
Yeah, it's getting
Whatever the cause, and whatever the case, once Horus was slain, and the Great Scouring saw the battered Imperium
We got
reconquered,
35 minutes
eventual
before
Imperial
Fallout
armies,
starts, you guys.
Order began to be restored, as well as galactic governance and accounting. The Vestroian leadership may have hoped that following the destruction of the heresy, they could get away with their refusal to send troops. And that was not to be the case, however. Rebute Gilliman, effectively the ruler of the Imperium at this point, confronted the Vestroians. The Tetrarchs, the rulers of Vestroia, at the behest of their people, negotiated a settlement where, to pay for their sin, which points to them probably standing back and watching, they agreed to the Primarch's harsh terms of tribute, essentially of their firstborn sons to the Emperor's armies in perpetuity, or when they were redeemed in the Emperor's eyes, which, considering he only has one left, is an unlikely prospect. This penance has continued for the last 10,000 years, unbroken, with some fighting formations and families being able to trace their lineage back to this dark day. Every firstborn son, and it is son, no matter what they may say otherwise, Vestroian civilization would have collapsed within a century of this rule being instituted, if it were any other way. But that's a whole other issue that we'll discuss at a later date. Each firstborn son, either from the lowest hab to the mightiest noble villa, is given to the Emperor to fight and die in his endless wars to continue mankind's existence. The Vestroians have a pretty low opinion of other Imperial Guard regiments which lack the lineage of their own. No other force in the armies of the Imperial Guard come close to the history of the Vestroians, and their soldiers can rightly claim seniority to all of the fighting forces save those originating from Terra and Sol, and the oldest Astartes chapters. The Vestroians are organised in the same manner as other regiments, as laid down when the Imperial army was disbanded and reforged by Rebute Gilliman following the end of the Great Scouring. They are grouped in regiments, mostly infantry, although they can be rightly considered heavy and elite infantry compared to many of the rabbles recruited by the Minitorum. The Vestroians primarily specialise in siege and urban warfare, although they are deployed, due to the top-rate bureaucratic skills of the Imperium, to other war zones where these skills have absolutely no utility. They have armoured regiments and other specialised forces, but in the main they are an infantry force, and a boon to any commander who has one assigned to his war zone. One of the unique features of the Vestroians is that their regiments are continuously replenished with reinforcements from their homeworld. This does cause a problem due to the vagaries of interstellar travel, meaning that a batch of new recruits could be in transit for years or decades before they reach their new home. The plus side is that the regiment is continually reinforced with new recruits, which have the benefit of joining veteran soldiers who can train and impart knowledge to them, meaning that the Vestroyan fighting formations are always at a reasonable level of experience. This process is easier for Vestroyans than it would be for other fighting formations, because generally the regiments that receive these new recruits are from the same families, meaning that cousins and uncles serve in the same formations, allowing for swifter bonding through familial connection. The Vestroyans do, however, appear to make periodic visits back to the homeworld, particularly when it is under threat of invasion, of which there have been 18 so-called Great Wars so far, and the Imperium's recognition of what a loss to the Emperor's armies it would be if this prime recruitment world, as well as its industrial output, were lost. These visits can be decades and centuries apart, however, but they do give regiments the opportunity to replenish their valuable and rare weaponry, as well as fill their ranks with new recruits. Also, you can see this as a morale-boosting experience for the population to see their sons return home, for a time. A situation which is extremely rare for those who join the Guard. Vestroya is a heavily industrialised urban planet with a frigid and cold environment, which creates hardy troops. Because of the nature of their recruitment, Vestroyan firstborn are being trained continuously, and have been for 10,000 years, meaning that their training techniques have been honed to a remarkable degree, and ensuring that the raw recruit is a skilled and knowledgeable soldier, imbued with the experience of a martial tradition near unmatched in the Imperium. This also means that when they do join their regiments, they are able to integrate faster and receive additional training from their veteran kinfolk. The Vestroyans have an archaic look in arms, equipment and uniform, which is reminiscent of those forces which fought in the Great Crusade. This is because their initial fighting forces, raised on Vestroya, came from that time and have remained in active service throughout. New regiments have been raised or others wiped out and refounded, but Vestroyan soldiers have been serving for 10,000 years, so this has created a continuity of
Unwind with Disney.
which is generally utilitarian and standardised. Vestroya has not, because it is an industrial world which has always provided for its own soldiers itself and not had to receive its equipment from the Munitorum, except in cases where the regiments are cut off from the supply lines. The Vestroyan's uniform is that of the Crusade, mixed with their own cultural norms, with large hats and great coats displaying the symbols of the Imperium. They kind of sort of betrayed. Augmetics are in abundance and are a common sight amongst the Firstborn, ensuring their soldiers continue to fight, where others would be removed from the front line. Many regiments of the Guard would not be granted this expense, but the Vestroyans appear to act as a separate entity to the rest of the Guard, able to rely on their own long and extensive supply routes back to Vestroya to provide them with expensive gear and supplies, as well as a continuous flow of reinforcement troops from the homeworld. Many of the Vestroyans are using weaponry which has been passed down by their ancestors, as efforts are made to recover the war gear of the fallen and send it back to their families. Additionally, the Vestroyans, because of their great age, have a vast amount of artificers on the planet able to produce to a reasonably accurate level these ancient variants of weapons to equip new Firstborn with some of the best made weaponry available to the Imperial Guard. They have tooled barrels and hand-carved stocks, from trees presumably, which are often inlaid with gold and jewels, giving them a beauty which few but the wealthiest worlds can hope to match. Additionally, the use of ceremonial-looking daggers, which are far from ceremonial, sabres and axes, is common, particularly among the officers, and these weapons are often of great antiquity. Uniquely, many officers wield weaponry with an axe integrated into it, much like a bayonet would be, but obviously requiring a different form of combat, although the line troopers themselves still make use of bayonets. It is not just their las rifles which have a beautiful finish, but their heavy and special weapons, being handcrafted as well. And all these weapons are built or maintained on Vestroya, using their 10,000 years of experience to give a local flavour lacking from many other regiments. This goes for their armoured forces as well. For instance, the Bane Blade of the legendary Vostroyan tank commander Dimitrian, whose interior is covered in etchings and whole friezes of artwork. Because of their appearance, they speak to the people of the Imperium and represent a vision of what the glory of the Imperium is, as if they are heroes from the past, walking in the present, looking like the warriors who once fought at the Emperor's side. Because of their great length of service, they have fought across the Imperium in many of its major campaigns. The Vestroyans at the end of the 41st millennium were active across the galaxy in nearly all major warfronts. 3 notable areas, however, stand out. The fall of Medusa was a vast military campaign undertaken to evacuate the world of Medusa 5 from a rapidly expanding warp anomaly, which drew in nearly every foe the Imperium has, together with elements from nearly every wing of the Imperium itself. Without getting too in depth, Medusa 5 is in the Segmentum Ultima, or was, sat on the edge of, and to be frank, the only reason it was founded was as a way station or supply depot for ships attempting to use the Devil's Slingshot, which was a warp anomaly which allowed ships to make a warp jump, which would take years, in weeks or months. It was named in honour of the Iron Snakes chapter, which had originally overseen the defence of this world, or the 2 worlds originally, during its colonisation. Now, that warp anomaly was expanding, and in hindsight, this was most likely as a result of the nefarious plans of Abaddon the Despoiler to create the Sesistrix Maledictum. All would die on the planet, and the Imperium actually decided that was a bad thing, and something should be done. A large Vestroyan contingent under Lord Marshal Graf Harazane, who would be the overall Imperial commander for the campaign, fought a holding action against the Xenos. And when I say that, I mean pretty much every single kind of Xenos in the galaxy, as well as traitors, to evacuate the people of Medusa, which they succeeded in doing. Vestroyans had a heavy presence in the Ultima Segmentum, despite it being on the other side of the galaxy, and they would be more effective operating closer to home and perhaps the Eye of Terror, but it makes as much sense as anything else these days. Vigilus! Whatever the logical reasons for their presence, they would be a constant foe faced by the Tau Empire, which was continuing to subvert or simply conquer new worlds. On Medusa 5, they had been present and countered by the Firstborn. The same would occur on the world of Nimbosa, where the Vestroyans were one of the only Imperial forces with the strength to resist the advancing Tau Third Sphere expansion efforts, which took advantage of the Imperium shipping out most of, well, pretty much almost all the garrison forces there to counter the advancing High Fleets. The Vestroyan Firstborn 9th Regiment under General Graf Tushenko fortified the city of Polia, where they attempted to hold out, but after counter-attacking the Krut Auxilia, they were cut off and massacred at the Colif Gorge Massacre by the superior Tau forces led by one Commander Brightsword. This noble sacrifice led to the Nimbosa campaign, which eventually saw the reconquest of the planet. The 9th, however, was apparently reformed pretty quickly, somehow, and dispatched to fight the Tyranids, where it was wiped out again in conflict with Hive Fleet Moloch. They held the Hive city of Karak Prime for 18 months, until, overrun, they detonated its nucleonic stacks, depriving this splinter Hive Fleet of organic matter, which caused it to starve and die as the winter descended upon the world. The Vestroyans, much more understandably, are active in the Calexis sector, which is relatively close to Vestroya, and a sector riven with invasions from Xenos and chaotic forces, as well as rebellion. The 55th Vestroyan Firstborn under Colonel Alexandrov a cousin of the current ruling Tetrarchs of Vestroia, has been active on the planet Kulth, with the regiment playing a dance of attack and counterattack against the rebels of the Severin Dominate and the Orc forces on the world, with none of them having the strength to hold off each other and requiring continuous attack and retreat. The soldiers now run sweepstakes as to where they will be deployed next. The 1054th Vestroian Firstborn, known as the Void Shrikes, are a legendary force within the Firstborn. Uniquely, they have become a void warfare and siege force, as they are in general used to take spaceborne facilities, fortresses and ships. They were not originally intended for this, and why would they be? But the Munitorum, in its wisdom, which some whisper is guided by the will of the Emperor himself, were deployed as a normal siege regiment equipped for ground warfare to take the fortified void station of a rebel governor, despite not being equipped for void warfare or trained for it at all. Anyways, somehow they managed to take this fortified void station, suffering heavy casualties in the process. Through a process of survival of the fittest, the diminished regiment had become expert at void warfare, and from then on have been a dedicated force used to take starforts and space stations. They have taken to making unique modifications to their equipment, such as their uniforms, which they have turned into pressurized suits because of, space, and their weaponry, which is designed for ground warfare, like in an atmosphere. On paper, they are a normal siege regiment, which has led to problems with their deployment, as the Munitorum can't seem to work out what to do with them, and its scribes don't have the full understanding of the nature of the conflicts they are being deployed to. This has created an extremely adaptable and flexible force from all of the terrible deployments they have been forced to endure, which have generally been inappropriate to their armament and experience, such as subterranean mining worlds, aerial assaults on ocean planets, and attacks on forge worlds. Despite this odd history, which appears at this point to be a sick joke from some Terran bureaucrat, the 1054th has overcome them all, when they should have been wiped out. They have become a separate force spread out in company strength across the Imperium, with these companies rarely coming into contact with each other and often receiving severely out-of-date orders. They still receive reinforcements from Vestroia somehow, but due to their separate nature, it can take decades of transit for troops to reach their designated unit. This has made the 1054th pretty self-reliant out of necessity, and they often trade with the Imperial Navy and other regiments for equipment and supplies. They have been in the Calixis sector for several centuries, and a large contingent of the Void Shrikes is currently sieging the Starfort Lycurgus, commanded by the Severin Dominant General Frederic Constantine. As Cadia fell and the Imperium was sundered in two by the Great Rift, the Vestroians appear to have gotten off rather lightly, being relatively self-sustaining and also being in the one end of the galaxy which was not actually affected by these terrible events, at least not directly, as they are behind the Eye of Terror, so to speak, if one looks from Terra. This edge zone is no doubt going to be in the future an important part of the Imperium, as it is not afflicted by the tyrannic invasions nor the subversive expansion of the Tau, being the other side of the galaxy, nor subject to an influx of chaos forces which appear to have driven towards the Segmentum Solar or are wreaking havoc in the cut-off side of the Imperium Nihilus. This is a strong point, and one which must be held, so Vestroia will no doubt play a major part in this. Thanks for watching, everybody. Please give the video a like if you wouldn't mind. If you're not subscribed, please do subscribe, and let me know in the comments below what you thought. Thank you to everybody supporting the channel. You should see your names here. It means a lot that you guys do continue to support the channel. Really appreciate it, seriously. And if anyone would like to join them, please use the links below. I'm on Patreon, or you can become a YouTube channel member. Also, Filthy Shell, I've started using this Brave browser, which seems pretty good if you're concerned about like privacy and stuff like this, but it also gives you a little bit of a kickback money-wise if you use it, because...
Here in Manlandia, men love books. Books are filled with the essentials. This Dr. Squatch deodorant is also filled with the essentials.
No obligation. It seems fine to me though, but whatever. Anyway, More videos coming up soon. Thank you all again. Really means a lot. Everybody supporting, and like I say, if you could subscribe, like, and share if possible. And yeah, I'll see you again next time. Cheers. The Emperor's Spears. For over 1,000 years, the Emperor's Spears have watched over the embattled stars of the Ilaria's Veil Nebula. They are the barbarian sons of the haunted storm world Nemeton, tattooed headhunters standing defiant against the poisonous darkness bleeding out from the Great Rift. Calling upon the most ancient of oaths, the Emperor's Spears gather their surviving allies to ensure the light of humanity keeps burning in their besieged region of the Imperium Nihilus. The first confirmed sighting of the Emperor's Spears in Imperial space is a footnote in Eresikia's Historica Auguria. It notes that in the middle years of M40, the warship Daughter of the Storm answered the astropathic cries for aid sent by a deep void Adeptus Mechanicus hydroponics installation. Witness reports recovered from the installation's corrupted archives list the chapter's deployment as needlessly aggressive and heedless of collateral damage. For this, it can be extrapolated that the xenoflora research of dubious morality did not survive the Space Marines' deployment. A final note in the archive lists the cerulean-clad brutes as lingering after the devastation in order to draw blades through the necks of fallen Xenos and harvest the dead aliens' heads. This first recorded account roughly matches references to the Emperor's Spear's supposed origins in the 25th founding, also known as the Bastion founding. As is standard with the Imperial dating system, the exact date of the Bastion founding is a source of conflicting data, but temporal signifiers mark it within the latter 500 years of the 40th millennium. This would make the Emperor's Spears well over 1,000 years old. Sentinels of the Veil. The Ilaria's Veil subsector was once watched over by the most noble Celestial Lions chapter. Centuries passed, with the Lions struggling valiantly to defend such a vast realm alone, eventually resulting in a petition sent to Terra demanding reinforcement. The High Lords of Terra looked towards the blighted, burning worlds of Ilaria's Veil, and at last dictated a solution. The next Space Marine founding would not see the Lions joined by one bloodline of new brothers, but two, and so the Adeptus Velari, the Sentinels of the Veil, were formed. 3 chapters bound by sacred oaths, fated to watch over Ilaria's Veil. Nemeton was the world chosen for the Emperor's Spears, while Camon Sen was chosen as homeworld of the Androctonus Astra chapter, the Star Scorpions in vulgar argot. The Andronicus Astra, despite a proud existence, were fatally undone by flaws in their gene seed and eventually lost to the war. Their heraldry and their position as chapter 888th in honor rolls of the Adeptus Astartes was later granted to the Mentor Legion, a gift that did not sit well with the remaining Adeptus Velari. 3 chapters were enough to temporarily scour the region clean, but the Imperium is vast and subject to myriad threats. The loss of the Star Scorpions gravely wounded the Adeptus Velari, and the situation grew even more dire when the Celestial Lions began to hemorrhage warriors and ships due to inquisitorial accusations of malignancy. A region of space that had started to stretch 3 chapters thin was now held by only one. Keeping to their ancient oath, the Emperor's Spears swore they would hold the line against the darkness, while the Celestial Lions reforged their butchered chapter. The Lions' own nobility has slowed this process significantly, for rather than retreat entirely and rebuild, they still send forth strike forces to fight at the Emperor's Spear's side, refusing to completely abandon their younger brethren. Nemeton, the Storm World. Nemeton is orbited by a disk of moonlets, lesser rocks and dust from ancient planetary impacts. granting the planet a great ring akin to Saturn in the Sol system. Since the opening of the Great Rift, many of these void boulders have been weaponized as torpedo silos, fighter hangars, laser batteries, or jamming stations, in preparation for what the Emperor's spears regard as an inevitable invasion. Due to its isolation, Nemeton's defences have been layered and enhanced, even beyond that which would be expected of a space marine homeworld. A vast minefield permeates the Nemeton system, requiring inbound ships to possess up-to-date drift charts in order to navigate the system safely. The jewel in Nemeton's crown is the Forge Moon of Bellona, colonized millennia ago by a fleet from the Forge world in Caladion. These tech lords chose to settle on Bellona due to its abundant mineral riches. The Emperor's spears have capitalized on this advantage. The chapter's druidic tech marines, unable to reach Sacred Mars, are trained on Bellona, and most of the Emperor's spears warships also carry Skitarii support legions aboard. All 3 chapters of the Adeptus Velari once cherished the easy supply route and access to material offered by unity with Bellona, but the Emperor's spears focused most of all on expanding their chapter's fleet over the course of the first millennia of their existence. With Bellona's industrious alliance, the Emperor's spears are capable of deploying a chapter fleet far beyond the usual capabilities of most Adeptus Astartes fraternities. The storm-blighted planet of Nemeton was brought to compliance by the proud Ultramarines Legion, who brought the gift of civilization to its barbaric people. Rather than accept this gift with gladdened hearts, as the centuries passed, the clans of Nemeton abandoned the marble cities constructed by their conquerors and returned to the wilderness. Now, millennia later, the surface of Nemeton is dotted with empty, ruined cities, considered haunted by the tribes, their beautiful marble work eroded by time and the planet's endless storms. Classified as an ocean world, Nemeton nevertheless possesses thousands of archipelago chains, serving as landmasses for the population. Equatorial island chains see the longest breaks in storm cover, suffering severe seasonal monsoons instead of the eternal grey storms of more northern and southern regions. This tends to make the equatorial island clans darker in skin, with white tattoos, while the northern and southern islanders are usually paler, tattooing themselves with ink of black, red, or blue. The population of Nemeton is divided into widespread clans, each with its own variant cultures and beliefs. The planet is locked in a stage of development reminiscent of the Terran Iron era, knowing little of the wider Imperium. Wars between the tribes are common, usually over what little land exists for the taking. As a result, healers and seers are greatly respected, as are tribal elders, for their wisdom and the simple fact they have survived to old age, in a culture where war strikes down a great many adults before they can reach such a venerated state. The tribespeople are enthralled to potent superstitions, such as spitting on the ground to ward away misfortune, or the need for a warrior to die with a blade in their hand to avoid shame in the eyes of the God Emperor. One of the most notable religious beliefs is the notion that Nemeton's reign is the godlike expression of the Emperor's sorrow, weeping for his lost bride, Elara. The historical Elara is noted in conflicting archives as either an arch-commander or the imperial saint who led the wars to first bring the region to compliance. To the people of Nemeton, she is the God Emperor's bride.
There it is, you guys. We're probably going to leave it right here for now, so we can get on our Fallout new episode.
The most esoteric belief
after some Fallout, maybe some Darktide with the fellas.
In childhood, every son and daughter of the clans is brought before a tribal shaman who reads the flow of fate in their blood. The nature of gases vary widely, though all are semi-supernatural promises of a specific moment or choice in the child's life ahead. The chapter believes that Nemeton's seers read these futures through the warp's echoes, like any prophecy, and armed with this poetic knowledge, the bearer of the gas can hopefully avoid the wrong choice when the time comes. Many gases take the form of warnings against dishonor or death should the bearer ever act in a certain way. A famous example among the chapter is that of Ivrez of the Darktide tribe, lord of the 6th war host, who was told as a child, "You will die on the day you follow a raven in flight." He spent the years of his youth making sure he never walked beneath a circling raven or journeying in the same direction one of the birds flew. Years later, when serving alongside the Raven Guard warship Second Shadow, Ivras knew that to support his fellow chapter's battle to break through an enemy blockade would violate his gas, but that he would survive to fight another day if he held back. Nonetheless, he commanded his vessel, the Sky Reaver, to join the fight alongside the Raven Guard. History records that the Sky Reaver was grievously wounded and Ivras himself was killed in the ensuing battle. But the Emperor's spears were hailed in the Raven Guard's archives for their loyalty, and Ivras' name was etched into the rolls of honour among both chapters for his sacrifice. Veterans of that campaign were permitted to inscribe the Raven Guard's sigil upon their vambraces to mark their commander's valour. The War Hosts. The Emperor's Spears maintain an organisation in loose adherence to the Codex Astartes, with several notable exceptions. The first is that rather than chapter companies, the Emperor's Spears favour autonomous war hosts that can operate far from Nemeton under their own recognizance, returning only for recruit harvesting and repairs at Bellona's orbital dockyards. The exact number of these war hosts is undetermined by Imperial scholars, though it stands to reason that they are similar in number and offensive capabilities to standard battle companies. The chapter makes use of several unorthodox sigils and personalised heraldry, most of which relates to their role in the Sentinels of the Veil or their ties to Nemeton. Runes of Ogham, the written language of Nemeton that is impenetrable to most outsiders, are common across their azure ceramite. Warriors also occasionally wear cloaks of beast or serpentide, marking
having one of those busy days, living the dream.
Stupid commercials.
Velari, symbolising their unbreakable unity. The manticore stands for both the celestial lions and the star scorpions, gripping a trident in its talons to represent the Emperor's spears. Any warrior may wear this sacred coat of arms, so long as he has shed blood in battle. It is also commonly seen on Bellonian forces, as well as regiments of Imperial Guards stationed or trapped
we're ready, bro.
in Alaria's Vale over the last century. Imperial tacticians have chronicled the Emperor's spears as exemplars of a close assault ideal. Via drop pod and gunship, the Emperor's spears descend into and hold position long enough for other Imperial forces to advance, linking up with their vanguard. It is known that the Emperor's spears are not the berserkers one might expect of tattooed savages, but they instead wage war in bursts of adrenal fury tempered by periods of chanted tribal dirges. Their way of waging war is chimeric, as conflictingly melancholy and joyous as the barbarians of Nemeton themselves. Imperial commanders have, in the past, accused the Emperor's spears of being unreliable, noting that the chapter expresses Space Marine autonomy to a difficult degree. While the chapter has always made efforts to minimize collateral damage, its strike forces have also been known to plunge into battle. They put glory above prudence, as if the chapter's youth means its warriors have something to prove to its older brethren. Desperation in recent decades has forced the Emperor's spears into a more cooperative mindset. Necessity has forced their hand with Alaria's Vale in such danger. Pride can no longer come first. Now, survival must do so instead. The Druidic Council. The clean delineations of librarian, apothecary, chaplain, and tech marine do not exist in the Emperor's spears. Psychically gifted battle brothers go to war in black armour, as do the machine-versed warriors that train on Bellona, along with the battle-chanting warrior priests whose duty is to stand watch over the souls of their men. All are druids, black of ceramite, white of helm, and all three orders are also trained in the alchemical and biological expertise necessary to use an apothecary's tools and harvest the gene seed of his fallen brethren. It is unclear if this break with tradition developed in reaction to the chapter's isolation or was in place beforehand. Ghosts of Nemeton. The clans of Nemeton have a strained relationship with the Space Marine chapter that watches over them. To the barbarians, service in the God Emperor's armies is no honour to be fought for. It is a death sentence. Those who ascend to the shrouded heavens must abandon their natural in order to live as inhuman angels. Space Marines on Nemeton are not seen as warriors from the clans returned to honour their bloodlines, but as spirits of children lost to the whims of fate, reshaped past their humanity. They are not heroes to be celebrated, but ghosts to be mourned. The Great Rift. The Cicatrix maledictum that ripped across the galaxy.
Alright guys, is it there? Is it ready? Are we good to go? Sorry, I can't let you hear it. Kill the lights. I hope everybody's there. Is it midnight? It's midnight. Let's see. Let's see, is it there? Oh, it's not there yet. It's not there for me. Almost. Hold on. Give it one more load. One more load. Nope, still not there. We're on the cusp. Almost, you guys. Coming out in 4 minutes on Prime. Bro, Nolan, we're here. I don't know why it's taking me so long. Well, let's try one more time. Reload it. Season 2. Episode. Yeah. Woo, there it is, you guys. All right. Everybody get to 5 seconds. Don't skip the recap. Timer's up at the top. Damn, dude, it's just circling. There it goes. And people be hopping on right now. All right, I'm at 5 seconds. Hope everybody's there with your snacks, drinks, and enhancers. We're going to count to 3 and press play. Here we go. Everybody good? Nolan, you there, bro? All right, here we go, you guys. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Damn. Dirty. Dirty what they did to him. Damn, dude. That's where we left off last week, huh? Dude, what's gonna suck is if her dad ended up being like part of the part of the man running the vault experimentations or whatever is going on in the Fallout world. Damn, I want a burger now, dude. What? The automated man. Bro. Damn, dude. Are you threatening me, sir? Uh-oh. Damn, she does care. She got a little tear in her eye. Surprise, surprise. I thought they were all just cold-hearted monsters. Bro. They would have made it more badass if they would have made him reaching for his hat. Bro. Better not take my hat, bro. Bro. Yo, what is this? Is near death experience right here? Bro. Bro.
I'm bringing you back to Vault 33 to face justice for murdering the citizens of Shady Sands. You have the right to remain silent until the Vault Council assigns you a legal counselor.
For a second there, I thought the wasteland had changed you. If you want to make this official, you should use these handcuffs.
What are you doing?
Surrendering.
Why?
I did what I did to protect you. But maybe it came at too high a price. And there comes a time in a man's life when he has to take responsibility for what he's done. And for me, that time has come. You have come, Sugar Plum. But please, just let me tell you what I've been doing here.
No, we're going.
Just give me a chance. I think you'll call what I've been doing redemptive.
You mean brainwashing those people?
You call it brainwashing. It's a very sophisticated process, and we've been having amazing results.
Let's go.
You know how I get with all my little projects. Do you remember the field with the potato batteries when you were 5? And you had a little flashlight and you would run around recharging batteries with your little red flashlight. Do you remember that?
Let's go.
Sure we gotta leave it?
The attractive in these things will come for it. The armor's more trouble than it's worth.
Jeez. You know, that isn't sacred ground, and I don't know what is. We gotta sell it, huh?
No.
Huh.
Absolutely not. What? We're not selling it.
Yeah, right. Of course. Not gonna sell it. You know, find a buyer. It's what you put out feelers. You just do a trade.
No, we're not giving it away, all right?
Trade it. Trade it. Get something.
Absolutely not.
We definitely gotta sell it.
I told you, we'll give it to the right person. A good person.
Name a good person, seriously.
That girl I met.
The vault dweller.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I would be a good person too if I grew up on top of a mountain of food and supplies with some cozy little impenetrable home. Wouldn't look like this, that's for sure. Wouldn't have to steal and stab and fib all the goddamn time just to get by.
Bro.
But if we sell it, guess what? Then we'll be rich. And then we'll have the means to be one of those good people you're talking about. So I've seen a lot of things. You know, like crazy things. But good people? No.
Where were you born again, Thaddeus?
The boneyard? The shithole side of the boneyard?
I guess I'm the lucky one. You coming from Shady Sands? I remember good people.
Well, if you're the lucky one, then we're both screwed. No offense.
Damn, dude, he's still there. And he's turning. Damn, he's gonna climb all the way up. Bro. Bro. Who is that? She looks familiar.
Was meant to play checkers this morning.
Damn, dude.
Don't walk away from me, Coop. I know more than you know, okay? There are over 12,000 nuclear warheads.
I'm not a board member. I am your husband. I don't care about your fucking statistics.
Statistics? This is about Jamie.
So, for our daughter, you would kill millions of people. Millions of people.
Just not
like
yet.
you. Other daughters, just like our daughter.
What have you? For Jamie. What have you?
No.
There are worse people out there than me, Coop.
Who?
Who?
Who could possibly be worse than you?
Not much of an appetite, Betty. I want you to get me every bit of information you can about how the cold fusion diode is stored at Voltec. Oh, how is it secured? Who monitors it? Everything. Is that a good idea? None of this is a good idea.
You're just a very replaceable part in this machine.
Oh shit, it's what's his face from Lost and a whole bunch of other shows.
And so will your family. The same will happen to me if I don't communicate this message. We're all in the same boat. Not one of us can stop you. You wake up knowing it. The leaders of the most powerful corporations will be gathering here. And when they do, tell them the only way to guarantee results is
By dropping the bomb ourselves.
who threatened you.
Please, Coop. You don't need to get involved in any of this.
Who controls Voltec?
I don't know.
Well, let's find out.
No. This is not one of your movies with a happy ending. There's nothing we can do. If there was, I would have done it. I tried to do it. This deal's going forward whether we like it or not. Please look at me. I am your wife. You know me. You know me.
I don't know you.
Damn.
Where are you going?
Fucking Houston.
Bro.
Where did you find them all?
Oh, all over. So many people need our help. Like Marjorie.
Hi.
You used to be kind of a murderer, right?
I guess.
Now she's a pencil sharpener and a darn good one. Oh, Sherman and Gregory were from opposing tribes. If they'd met each other a month ago, they'd have killed each other. And Rita. She used to cook people for the Legion.
Bro.
Now she makes trail mix, and boy, is it tasty.
No, thank you. Is there people in there?
I'm okay. Thank you, Rita. Come on. I'm getting out of here.
Let's go this way. Management perk.
When we leave, we're leaving all of the doors open so they can go home. Understood?
You're the boss.
Hi, everyone. I just want to let you know that you're free now, okay? You can all go back to the surface now.
Do we have to?
It's dangerous out there.
I agree. But my daughter's moral code demands it.
But we like it down here.
Okay. Tell you what, you can stay here as long as you like, but when we leave, we're going to open all the doors. Right?
Hey, boss. Sorry to derail the conversation. Just a flag. What are we doing with these two males? They haven't been fixed yet. Should I just go ahead and do it now?
Great question. All he needs to do is push a button.
No.
Okie dokie, send him off as is. It's what she wants.
Okie dokie.
No, wait!
Into your office!
Is exactly the kind of violence I'm trying to prevent. I wish we could all just get along, don't you, Sugar Mom?
Bro. Yeah. Oh. Bro.
Hey there, buddy. You okay?
Bro.
Well, I seem to have found myself in a bit of a jam. Could you help me out?
Sure. What are you doing here? He's yours. Oh, let's get you some help. Looks like it stinks.
Kumbaya.
Damn.
This is nice, comfortable chair, huh? Hey, buddy, come in.
Bro. Damn, dude. There it was. There it was, you guys. It was alright. It was alright. It was whatever. Season 1 was still better. So what was that thing that that she pulled out of his neck? What was that all about? That glowing blue stuff. Did she like extract the soul out of his body, or like what was all that? I'm sure they'll explain it. Just I don't know. Or they might have even explained it already in one of the games that I've never played. There it is. There was. Here we were. All right, you guys. We're going to switch it up. Catch a little Darktide with the fellas. Where the fellas at? Where the fellas at? Yeah. Weird. Ready to go? Hell yeah. Mine's not coming over to the TV for some reason. Just try unplugging the HDMI and plugging it back in. I'm going to try restarting the laptop. Yeah, it's just not coming over to the TV. Oh, whoops. And the mic's off. Or the camera's off. Yeah. There it is. Yeah, something's wrong with the laptop. It's barely running Darktide. Darktide just crashed. Yeah, let me restart the computer. Damn, dude, lame. I wonder what's going on. No dual cam. Yeah, dude, something. Right. It's rebooted. Let's give it a shot now. Yeah, dude, the TV's just saying no signal.
low-born Christ and tall hive scum. Tonight we defy ships of the hive, carving our fate in a world of
Yo, Diabetes, what's up, dude? Nice to man, and the beer. Maybe one day, bro. Maybe one of these days. We're trying to get this figured out, but we'll get it going here soon.
The underhive screams, lost in the dark with machine-born dreams. No mercy left in this rust-crowned grave. Only the fallen and the ones who stay brave.
Maybe I gotta check my drivers because it's not recognizing any other displays connected, but I got the HDMI connected. Yeah, I gotta check drivers. Hang on.
Black glass, endless tide, Karen's
No, still nothing.
no place to hide.
I don't get it, you guys. Oh, and I messed up the thing over here again. Nice, nice, nice. Hold on.
Under stream depths, all light decay. Shadows cling, the waters groan. Through this realm, you're not alone. Understream ferryman, take me through streaming shadows of black.
I'm gonna try putting in the. Hold on.
Currents howl, the whispers bite, souls adrift
Yeah, it's definitely the laptop. Maybe there was a Windows update that I should uninstall? Question mark? That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, dude. Good old Darktide. Good thing that we left this till the last thing. Oh, it even says updates failed. Retry all. Should I retry installing all the updates and making sure all the updates are good first? Or should I... Yeah, let's just try that. Try reinstalling all the updates, and if that doesn't work, then we'll uninstall the latest update. See if that works. No, it's not. It's not. Wait, validate the Windows update files or the game files on Steam. Yeah, it's installing an update right now, but it's going kind of slow. Here, we'll put on Francois's favorite song.
Saw a kid on the corner, empty pockets, empty head, foolish grin on his face, yeah. All that wisdom left unread. I leaned on my own front window, watching night turn thick and slow. Simple boy with a hungry heart, but didn't see where his feet would go. Strange woman on the corner, calling out his name in the dark. Sweet words, sweet perfume, sharp teeth and a sugar heart. Strange woman on the corner, silk smile, eyes like a snare. He don't know he's a dead man walking, playing games in a hunter's lair. She said, my bed's dressed in color, spices on the midnight air. I paid all my dues this morning, ain't nobody about to care. Her voice like velvet liquor, her hands tracing crooked lines. She talked of songs and satin, never once talked about time. Strange woman on the corner, calling out his name in the dark. Sweet words, sweet perfume, sharp teeth and a sugar heart. Strange woman on the corner, silk smile, eyes like a snare. He don't know he's a dead man walking, playing games in a hunter's lair. He followed her steps like cattle to a room dressed up in sin. Oh, help him. Didn't see that shadow doorway, didn't hear that whisper, come in. Like an arrow through his spirit, like a chain round hands and feet, like a bird through a painted doorway, flying straight to a hunter's feet. Strange, calling out his name in the dark. Sweet words, sweet perfume, sharp teeth and a sugar heart. Strange woman on the corner, silk smile, eyes like a snare. He don't know he's a dead man walking, playing games in a hunter's lair. So listen, my sons, pay attention. Let that wisdom hold your hand. Keep your feet from her doorway, or you'll fall like every man. Strange woman on the corner, whole house sliding down to the grave. Many strong men have stumbled, many strong men she never saved. Strange woman on the corner. Strange woman on the corner. Strange woman on the corner. Strange woman on the corner.
Oh, it's not the game. It's the computer itself. The game runs on the computer. It was slow at first. I haven't tried it again since I shut it down the first time, but I'm pretty sure it's this update that's messing me up. Or something's messing me up, but whatever it is, it's outside of the game or Steam, because I can't get the HDMI to... I can't get the computer to pop up on the TV. If I can't get it up, if I can't get it to come out the HDMI, then I can't play it on the TV. I can't stream it. I can still play with you guys. I can play on the laptop. It's nobody else will see it, and yeah, we'll probably just kill the stream and we'll get a couple rounds out or something. I can't get it going. A stupid update. Security update is at 28% since I told you guys. Since I told you it started a while ago. So we'll see.
Strange woman on the corner, silk smile, eyes like a snare. He don't know he's a dead man walking, playing games in a hunter's lair. He followed her steps like cattle to a room dressed up in sin. Oh, help him. Didn't see that shadow doorway, didn't hear that whisper, come in. Like an arrow through his spirit, like a chain round hands and feet, like a bird through a painted doorway, flying straight to a hunter's feet. Strange, calling out his name in the dark. Sweet words, sweet perfume, sharp teeth and a sugar heart. Strange woman on the corner, silk smile, eyes like a snare. He don't know he's a dead man walking, playing games in a hunter's lair. So listen, my sons, pay attention. Let that wisdom hold your hand. Keep your feet from her doorway, or you'll fall like every man. Strange woman on the corner, whole house sliding down to the grave. Many strong men have stumbled, many strong men she never saved. Strange woman on the corner.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, we're trying. Crazy thing is, this update doesn't say what percent I'm at anymore. I was at 28%, and now it doesn't say any percent, and it just says checking for updates. So if anything, I'm gonna roll it back. Oh, it just popped up with 28% again. It says installing. Yeah, I know, but it matters to me. But yeah, no, thanks for hanging, dude. I just want everything to work all the time perfectly, the way I want it to, how I want it to, like I want it to, right now. But you know how it goes. You know how life is. What's that? You want something? Too bad. Yeah, you can have like 7 out of 10 things. No, that's a win, bro. Smile. Yeah, we're almost there. It's really actually still at 28% still, so I don't know. It's probably that same update that keeps failing, and might be like halfway between updates that keeps janking me up. So I'm gonna roll it back one. Roll it back one, and hopefully that'll do it. Go back. No, fool. Not everybody is like you, my friend. Oh, let's see. I'm throwing some more tunes. Some more tunes for now. Oh, we'll put on some Jesus music so Francois can calm down over there. Let's see. Here we go. There it is.
May the Lord answer you in the day of trouble. May the name of the God of Jacob defend you. May he send you help from the sanctuary and strengthen you out of Zion. May he remember all your offerings and accept your burnt sacrifice. May he grant you according to your heart's desire and fulfill all your purpose. We will rejoice in your salvation. And in the name of our God and some in horses. But we will
Bruh.
remember the name of the Lord our God.
I can't go back. It says this option no longer available for this PC.
But we have risen and stand upright. Say, Lord, may the King answer us when we call. Say, Lord, say, Lord. May the King answer
Yeah,
us
dude,
when
this
we
update's still stuck at 28%.
We will rejoice in your salvation, and in the name of our God, we will set up our banners. May the Lord fulfill all your petitions. May the Lord fulfill all your petitions. Wow!
You guys should go run one while I try to fix this. I'm gonna try restarting the computer again. I think the thing installed, the update. Hopefully that did it. Stupid. So annoying, dude. And I have updates turned off on the computer too, so that's one of the things that's like really annoying is that if updates are turned off, why am I still getting updates?
Oh Lord, my God, in you I take refuge. Save me from all those who persecute. Deliver me lest they tear me like a lion, ripping me apart with no one to rescue.
Hell yeah, thanks, dude. Yeah, me too, me too, me too.
If I have done this, if there is iniquity, if I have repaid my friend with evil, let the enemy
Dude, this is so frustrating. Why isn't it working? I haven't done anything. I haven't even used the laptop since we played on Thursday. Telling you it's that update I put in. Or I didn't put it in. The update it did by itself.
I take refuge, I take refuge in the shadow of your wings. I take refuge, I take refuge. Hear the song my spirit sings. The Lord shall judge the people, vindicate me according to my righteousness. My integrity is in your hands. Oh Lord my God, you are my defense. Why do you stand afar off, oh Lord? Why do you hide in times of trouble? The wicked in his pride persecutes the poor. Let them be caught, let them be caught in the plots they have devised. Why do you stand afar? Why do you hide so far? Oh Lord, where are you now? Where are you For the wicked boasts of his heart's desire. He blesses the greedy and renounces the Lord. The wicked in his proud countenance does not see God. God is in none of his thoughts. God is in none of his thoughts. His ways are always prospering. Your judgments are far As for all his enemies, he sneers at them. He says in his heart, I shall not be moved. I shall never be. I shall never be in adversity. I shall never be in adversity. Why do you stand afar? Why do you hide so far? Oh Lord, where are you now? Where are you now?
Yeah, I don't know. I still can't get this piece of crap to work. But the only other thing I can think of is reinstall update files, since I can't revert backwards. Even though it says, let's see, that I can like go back if it's been within 10 days. And the day that I got the update was the 14th, 15th, and 16th. Let's see, one more time. Update history. Oh, wait.
Judges with love. If the foundations are destroyed,
219 there was an update. Oh wait, no, that's an old update. 2025. All right, the updates from this year though. Oh, yeah, no, just the one that I just did right now. The security update. And then the one before that was 12/13 before Christmas, dude. And it was fine back then. Let me see if I can uninstall this latest one.
the Lord is righteous, he loves the truth. His countenance shines on the upright youth.
Adrian, what's up, dude? Yeah, bro. Yeah, dude. I think I got an update, and with the update, I think it's an update that did it, but I'm not too sure anymore. But when I plug in the HDMI, I mean, it just doesn't. It's not coming to the TV, and if it's not coming to the TV, I can't stream it. And it's somewhere from the laptop. It's stopping somewhere at the laptop, the gaming laptop. And when I have the HDMI plugged in, and I clicked on like check displays, and it's only picking up, you know, my regular laptop display, built-in display. It's not picking up any other connected displays. And I remember this happening before, and I'm pretty sure I just uninstalled the update and it was good. But what sucks now is like I can't roll it back. There's no recovery for it right now for some reason. For whatever reason. It's crazy.
Day unto day utter speech, and night unto night reveal knowledge. No speech, no
Try restarting it one more time.
their voice not heard, yet their line has gone through all the earth. In them he set a tabernacle for the sun. Like a bridegroom, it runs its joyful run. The law of the Lord is perfect, reviving the soul. The testimony
Too many skunks, not enough ducks. Yeah, dude, exactly. Nvidia, yeah, dude, it might be. I don't. It could be. I'll check that next.
much fine gold, sweeter than honey, honey from the comb. Its rising is from one end of heaven, its circuit to the other end. Nothing hidden from its heat. The statutes of the Lord are right. Rejoice in the heart, rejoice in the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of the Lord are true, righteous altogether.
I will love you, O Lord, my strength. The Lord is my rock and my fortress and my deliverer.
Damn, good looking out, Adrian. Yeah, there's something wrong with the driver.
My shield and the horn of my salvation.
My friend's car wouldn't start tonight, but it was because it was in gear and shut up, bro. Walk all the way out there, bro. Nice. Well, at least it was something like that and not something crazy like, you know, expensive. It was just like, bro, how'd you turn it off without putting it in park? Nice, nice, nice. That's funny though. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But yeah, dude, you figured out another problem over here. Yeah, it says right here for the NVIDIA driver. GeForce RTX 3050 laptop GPU properties. Windows has stopped this device because it has reported a problem. PCI slot 1 plus 1. Device 0, function 0. Let's see if we can update driver. Search automatically for drivers. The best drivers for your device are already installed. Coals were kindled by it. He bowed the heavens also and came down with darkness under his feet. And he rode upon a cherub and flew. He flew upon the wings of the wind. It's the same drivers from 2024. His canopy around him was dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. From the brightness before him, his thick clouds. Yeah, I'm PC, yeah, a little bit. I'm not like PC illiterate or anything. get in there if I need to. But yeah. That's what it is. The driver looks like. But yeah, I'll see if I can. Yeah, uninstall them. Get some new ones. But yeah, dude, like what in the fudge?
Thundered from heaven and the Most High uttered his voice. Hailstones and coals of fire. He sent out his arrows and scattered the foe. Lightnings in abundance and he vanquished them. Then the channels of the sea were seen. The foundations of the world were uncovered at your rebuke, O Lord, at the blast of the breath of your nostril. Of your nostril. Of your nostril. He sent from above, he took me, he drew me out of many waters.
Yeah, I had a problem a couple days ago on the 19th. What was the 19th? It was 19th on Friday?
But the Lord was my support. He also brought me out into a broad place. He delivered me because he delighted in me. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands. He has recompensed me, for I have kept the ways of the Lord and have not wickedly departed from my God. For all his judgments were before me, and I did not put away his statutes from me. I was also blameless before him, and I kept myself from my iniquity. Therefore the Lord has recompensed me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands in his sight. With the merciful you will show yourself merciful. With the blameless man you will show yourself blameless. With the pure you will show yourself pure, and with the devious you will show yourself shrewd. For you will save the humble people, but will bring down haughty looks. For you will light my lamp, the Lord my God will enlighten my darkness. For by you I can run against a troop. By my God I can leap over a wall. As for God, his way is perfect.
Yeah, dude. Thanks,
The
bro.
Lord is proven, he is a shield to all who trust in him. For who is God except the Lord? And
Yeah, that sounds a good
who is
one.
a rock except our God? It is God who arms me with strength and makes my way perfect. He makes my feet like the feet of deer and sets me on my high places. He teaches my hands to make war so that my arms can bend a bow of bronze.
You have also given me the shield of your salvation. Your right hand has held me up. Your gentleness has made me great. You enlarged my path under me, so my feet did not slip.
I have pursued my enemies and overtaken them. Neither did I turn back again till they were destroyed. I have wounded them so that they could not rise. They have fallen under my feet, for you
O Lord, our Lord, how excellent your name across across the firmament. The heavens speak your majesty. Your glory paints infinity. Out of the mouths of babes you've drawn strength to silence the wicked dawn. What is man that you are mindful? What is man that you care? Son of man, you made him rightful, crowned with glory beyond compare. You made him rule the works of your hands, all under his feet you've planned. Sheep and oxen, beasts of the field, by your word all dominions sealed. The birds of the air, the fish of the seas, oh Lord, our Lord, your name's majesty. What is man that you are mindful? What is man that you care? Son of man, you made him rightful, crowned with glory beyond compare.
Yeah, dude. Let me get over there right now.
What is man that you are mindful? What is man that you care? Son of man, you made him rightful,
Nice,
crowned
dude.
with glory beyond compare. How long, oh Lord, will you forget me forever? How long will you hide your face from me? How long shall I take feet cold, knuckles white, dashboard glow in the dead of night. Radio preaching someone else's sins. Check engine light like a loaded grin. Got a map I don't believe in anymore. Every mile marker feels like a dare.
Yeah, I know, right, Adrian? Feel the same way.
Tires hum like they know me. I am unstable on the road in my F350. One hand on the wheel, 1 foot already heavy. Too much weight in the bed, too much noise in my head. Yeah, I'm holding it together with a thread. I am unstable on the road in my F350. Review full of ghosts I can't outrun. Broken tail lights from what I've done. Every red light feels like a test. Every green light says try your best. Steel frame strong but the driver's thin. Yeah, this truck knows more than my friends. White lines blur like they're drunk on me. Every mile's a confession. I don't speak. I am unstable on the road in my F350. Engine growls like it's just as unsteady. Too much past in the dust, too much future to trust. Yeah, I'm shaking, but I'm still pushing the clutch. I am unstable on the road in my F350. If I pull over, I might fall apart. So I keep on rolling like that's real smart. Suspension screaming, so is my soul. But momentum's the only thing I know. Diesel prayer, cigarette breath, living somewhere between living and death. I am unstable on the road in my F350, but I'm still moving. Yeah, I won't let it end me. If I wreck or arrive, at least I drove it alive. Every scar on this truck's a chapter of mine. I am unstable on the road in my F350. I am unstable on the road in my F350. Sunrise bleeding through a cracked windshield. Still unstable, but I'm behind the wheel.
I just I'm installing the driver right now. Because with these NVIDIA drivers, there's no like Windows Update can't just find the driver itself, so I have to get the NVIDIA launcher, the NVIDIA launcher. Wait, hold on. Oh, of course I don't have my other camera working right now. Stupid. The NVIDIA launcher, and then with the NVIDIA launcher, I guess I chose the wrong email address or something because it asked me to it said create or log in. I tried logging in and it said no, just create. So I just created. So I created another login. I verified the email verification BS, and then now it's installing the game ready driver. Oh, look at that. Installation can't continue. An error occurred. Try again. Let's see if it works. Trying a second time. Dude, I'm gonna be pissed if it's like a hardware issue. Yeah, dude, installation can't continue. An error occurred and won't even tell me what. Let's see. Yeah, weird. Songs I set you some. Yeah, dude. Let's take a look. Wait, it's the same. Is it the same song and it came out twice, or you did two separate songs? Or are they just the same one that. Well, let's just see. Let's just see.
Booted up my PC, ready for a fight. 3080 shining RGB too bright. Click update now, thought I'd be safe. Now my screen is flickering like it's stuck in space. FPS dropping, temps going high. While my GPU looking like it wants to die. Roll back, reinstall, pray to the tech gods. Device manager laughing at my eyes. These NVIDIA drivers, man, they broken again. One update 4.3 crashes back then. Every patch, no saying stability improved, but my whole damn system just got removed. Cyberbun stutter, Elden Ring froze. Even Minesweeper lagging, nobody knows. Forums say clean install will fix your pain. Did that 5 times, still going insane. DDU at 3 a.m. Safe mode rituals, here we go again. GeForce experience, gaslighting me. Works on our end, yeah, apparently. These NVIDIA drivers straight up cursed. Brand new version, somehow even worse. All I want is
Safe mode uninstall might work. Might try that after. But I mean, like, yeah. Try again. So I restarted the laptop again. Let's see if I can get that driver again.
Yeah. La, 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 la. Yeah. Boot up my PC, everything's fine. FPS so high, yeah, I'm feeling divine. Click update, thinking life's gonna improve. Now my screen's black and my mouse won't move. Yesterday smooth, today it's a crime. Why did I trust version 509? My GPU's crying, fans on attack. All I did was press rollback. These NVIDIA drivers, man, they wild. Break my system like a mischievous child. One update fixes, the next one lies. Now my monitor's stuck in 800x 600 size. Now my monitor's stuck in 800x 600 size. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ray tracing on, but my game won't load. Error messages speaking in binary code. Reddit says just do a clean install. Bro, I've done that like 10 times total. Control panel vanished, where did it go? Even GeForce Experience said I'd ego bro. My temps are fine, but my hope is dead. PC rebooted itself instead. These video drivers, straight from hell. One makes it fast, one makes it fail. Every patch note says stability, but all I see is instability. But all I see is instability. DDU in safe mode, ritual complete. Sacrifice my settings at the altar of GeForce X AMD. Users laughing saying couldn't be me, while I'm reinstalling for the 3rd time this week. Yeah, these NVIDIA drivers, what a ride. Lottery, update, spin the wheel and decide. Will I get frames or a system crash? Only NVIDIA knows. Roll the dice, good luck, Godspeed, GG slash. Now my monitor's stuck in 800i 600 size.
Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, those were dope. Those were dope, dude. Yeah, you guys, I think we're gonna have to scrap the Darktide for tonight. In fact, we're gonna have to scrap all games from the PC until I figure this out. Not too sure what the fudge. But yeah, there's something wrong with the drivers. It might be hardware issues, dude. Like if I can't, because it's the drivers. Drivers say it's good. Everything else says oh they're updated. Everything is fine. Updating your driver. Yeah, dude. I'm sure he could come up with something. I'm just like bemaffled. Like what happened? What happened?
Counsel in my soul, having sorrow in my heart day.
Yeah, dude. Boo, hiss, snip, snip for sure. Cause, yeah, dude, I can't even play the game without the drivers. Like I thought I would be able to play the game on the computer. Remember how I told you I ran the game and it's not working? Yeah, dude, it wasn't hanging, and then it crashed. And it's because yeah, the stupid video card isn't working. Again. Oh fuck. I've been doing this for an hour already, dude. Damn it.
He has dealt bountifully with me. Consider and hear me.
Yeah, an error occurred again.
Enlighten my eyes, lest I sleep the sleep of death, lest my enemy.
Any bumps to the no. It just sits on my desk. It sits on my desk and it's always closed. I only pull it out to play some Darktide or when we were playing Oblivion. I was on the laptop and that was it. I usually just only use it for high taxing things like games. I'm confused.
I will sing to the Lord because He has dealt bountifully with me.
Yeah, it's got to be NVIDIA's drivers. Restart in safe mode, but maybe Google how to uninstall the driver in safe mode and reinstall. And that's all I got. Safe mode, so Windows doesn't mess with it. The only thing is, I don't know if safe mode I can still install the driver because I'm getting it from the app that it comes with, and in safe mode, I'm not sure if it'll run the program to download because it'll be yeah, I'll give that a shot too, I guess. Also,
For the godly man sees it.
but
For the faithful disappear from among the sons of men.
yeah, because I could do the safe mode and go to safe mode, go to the driver, uninstall it. That way, it's not being used by anything else and it doesn't prevent it from doing nothing. I can reinstall it and hopefully it won't have that try again because we can't do it. Warranty? No, dude. I got this used from somebody. Still trying to figure it out. Let's figure this out. Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing right now. Like I'm pretty fried right now at this moment in time.
And the tongue that speaks proud things, who have said with our tongue we will prevail. Our lips are our own, who is Lord over us.
There we are. At least my face is still here. Damn, dude, that sucks. Like, worst, absolute worst comes to worst, you guys. We'll just get Darktide on PlayStation and we'll play that way. I might have to start a new character because it's on PlayStation. Unless my account... Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, worst comes to worst. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, you guys. I don't know. Oh yeah, we'll try the safe mode, uninstalling nonsense later. Just gonna shut that guy down. I don't feel like dealing with it anymore. Oh, that sucks. I was hoping it was gonna be something stupid like the cord wasn't plugged in, or I just had to jiggle it a little bit, and yeah, no. They got both of us onto a USB and reinstall it. USB. No, I can't. Yeah, because I can't download them. I can't download them at all. So the program that downloads the driver from NVIDIA is having a problem and it's not downloading it. I don't know if it's having a problem with Windows or if it's having a problem just with the driver, but it might not be the driver. I mean, it might not be the hardware, because Windows can still see what the hardware is because it can read RTX 3050 NVIDIA, and since it can read that and it doesn't say unknown, or it doesn't just have a bunch of garbled numbers or whatever, then I'm thinking it still has power to it. I mean, maybe not power, but at least it knows what it is. And if it knows what it is, then it shouldn't be a hardware problem. It's probably just a driver problem, is what I'm thinking. I'm hoping. But I'll look onto, like, you know, whatever, Reddit or whatever, and see what other people are saying. Maybe other people are having the same problem if it was a driver rollout that happened recently. No, dude, the fans are pretty good on here, and they got like it reads the temperature, and they have like boost where the fans turn on even higher when the temperature gets up there. What do you mean take everything out of the computer? Like software wise, like a fresh install? I could do that. I don't have anything on it except for Steam and the games. Or if you mean like taking the guts out, like the hardware, taking the motherboard out and checking all that stuff, I could do that too. It's just, yeah, I could do that too. Oh, taking everything out, like the USBs and the dock. Because I do have like, I got the microphone, a dock, docking station, and the HDMI. Yeah, the wire, yeah. Oh, yeah, let's give that a shot. Let's give that a shot. I was having a dock issue with the streaming laptop last week. A couple weeks ago. But this is a different dock, different brand and everything, so I don't think that's what it is, but you never know. Let's give it a shot. Trial and error. No, still not working.
King shall have joy in your strength, oh Lord, and in your salvation, how greatly shall he rejoice. You have given him his heart's desire, and have not withheld the request of his lips. For you meet him with the blessings of goodness. You set a crown of pure
Damn, dude.
upon his head.
So the driver also gives me a code 43. And the code 43 just means what I told you guys a minute ago. Windows has stopped the device because it reported a problem, and usually the driver issue or a hardware fault, stopping communication between the OS and the device. Yeah, we already knew that. Like a GPU, USB device, full restart, uninstall, reinstall, device, driver. Letting Windows find it. We did all that. Use system restore. Can't do that. It won't let us. Update BIOS would be like another thing we could try. Restart your computer. I already done that. Update driver. Download them from manufacturer. We're trying to do that, but it had a problem and it won't install.
He shall not be moved.
Power cycle device. Take out the battery and unplug.
Descendants from among the sons of men, for they intended evil against you. They devised a plot which they are not able to perform. Therefore you make them turn their back. You will make ready your arrows on your string toward their faces. Be exalted
Don't rebuke me in your anger. Don't discipline me in your wrath. Have mercy on me, for I am weak. Oh, heal me, for my bones are in despair. My soul is in anguish. How long, oh Lord? How long? Turn, oh Lord, deliver my soul. Save me for your mercy's sake. The grave can
Thanks, but no, it's all good. I'm not gonna worry about all that right now. I was gonna just see if I can get these drivers installed one more time using the NVIDIA launcher, but it's still not working. But it says that the computer's still reading the. I don't know where I'm at. But yeah, I'm pretty tapped on trying to get this going. It's crazy that this doesn't even like have a home page. The home page doesn't exist. It's just the driver's page. There's a home button, but when you click on it, it doesn't go nowhere. It's like disabled. So I want to say that they like messed up their driver update. They came out with the driver. It messed up a lot of people, and right now they got their shit on pause or something. You can't go to the home screen, and maybe you just can't download the driver because I say download driver, express installation, and it says nope, can't do it. Counter the problem. And if I do custom installation, encounter the problem also. So I'm hoping it's just on their end. I'm hoping that hundreds of other people, thousands of other people have the same problem and they're fixing their shit, and tomorrow it'll be all good to go. That's what I'm hoping. Installation can't continue. An error occurred. Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, sorry fellas. I guess there is no Darktide with the fellas tonight. I mean, I could play something else on PlayStation or on Switch. Just no laptop. No 40K games, I guess. Shut down. Yeah. All the 40K games I got are on this laptop. Or on Steam, I guess. Yeah, dude, that's some bull. Some bull-ish. Which graphics card do you have? Maybe I can find something. I've got a NVIDIA RTX 3050. NVIDIA RTX 3050 laptop. I'm here for anything up. Thanks, dude. Oh, I appreciate you guys hanging out. This is some crap, though. Like, damn, dude. Snuck up on me again. Yeah, we'll probably just... Yeah, no, I'm kind of tired. We're probably just going to call it a night. Let me see. Let me think. I mean, I could go back to playing Minecraft and make another... Finish making that art. Go make Stimpy that I was working on the other day. Oh, I made Ren, but I can make Stimpy now. Ren and Stimpy. Other than that, I could maybe Valhalla, but I'm kind of like, I don't know. I'm not all here for Valhalla. What is it? Assassin's Creed Valhalla. That's all good, dude. If you're tired, Dreamland time. Yeah, dude. I think that's probably what's gonna happen. What I could do. Yeah. That's probably what I'm gonna do. Probably what I want to do. Because I could always like work on AI music, but I probably wouldn't do that while live. I mean, I could, but it's just boring. It's boring. It's boring. But yeah, I'm tired anyway. It's probably just gonna be crashing out here. What Windows am I using? Windows 11 80. 86-bit. Is that what it is? 86? It's not 64. The other one. I think it's 86. But yeah, it's Windows 11, pretty sure. Yeah. The shitty Windows. I had Windows 10 for the longest time up until they don't support it anymore as of last year. And, well, made the update so I can continue to get support. And look at where we are now. Oh, dude. Fucks. Oh, bro. Fuck. Yeah, dude. Alright. We'll be XP Pro forever. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what that was my favorite. That's what I spent most of my time on. NVIDIA, download the latest official GeForce drivers. Alright. Thanks, dude. Give it a look.
When I call, oh God of my righteousness, you have relieved me in my distress. Have mercy on me and hear my prayer. How long, oh, you sons of men,
I guess maybe it is 64-bit. But it doesn't give you a 64-bit for Windows 11. It's just Windows 11, so I'll go with that. Alright, let's see. Adrian, thank you for hanging out, my dude. I appreciate you. Sorry I couldn't deliver on some of that Darktide tonight, but hopefully this Thursday it'll be all back together and we'll be getting some of those heretics out. But I appreciate you, dude. Thank you for hanging out, and we'll catch you soon. Yeah, I'm gonna be hopping off here in a minute. We're just gonna download this driver, and we're gonna be hitting 6 hours of streaming in about 7 minutes. So that's pretty much my cue. Thanks, Zonix. I appreciate it, man. Hopefully this works. I can just download it separately, and I'll put it on there manually. Hopefully that'll fix it. Should I get an older one? One that was like from last year, one that I know that works.
offer the sacrifices of righteousness and put your trust in the
All right, downloading a driver now. Damn, dude. 855 megabytes. Good lord. Try one. Yeah, dude. Yeah, we're gonna try it. We're gonna try one. I'm getting one from November of last year. We were kicking ass in November with some Darktide, so hopefully that'll do it. Damn, dude. Well, hopefully that'll do it. I'll work on it again tomorrow and see where we're at and see what happens. We'll see if they sneak up on us again. Yeah, dude. It's almost done downloading, at least. Oh, bro, I don't even know if I'll make it. You can if you want. I'm down. I just it'll be one of those where I pop in, I lay down, I start watching. But if you're feeling it, yeah, dude, go for it. I'll toss it on if you do. All right. So it's downloaded, and I will work on that tomorrow. All right. I think that's gonna be it, though, you guys. That's it for me. It's a wrap. We did it. We were here. We got a little painting done. They came out all right. We watched a little Fallout episode 6, new Fallout episode. One of the homies right there. We'll continue this guy next Tuesday. Well, yeah, we got some painting in. Again, sorry for the dark, tideless night. We'll have to, oh, no, I might as well just keep that on for the outro. All right. So, yeah, you guys, we'll be back tomorrow. We got some, damn, it's bright in here. Usually the camera adjusts, there it goes. Yeah, tomorrow we'll be back for some Stargate. Not SG1, Atlantis. Damn, I'm tired. Atlantis, 4 episodes, and then the visual guide, special features, Atlantis special features, and then Thursday we'll play some games. Hopefully we'll play some Darktide. If not, we got other stuff to play. Assassin's Creed. We got the PlayStation. We got the Switch. We got other stuff we can play. Friday, a movie. Not sure which movie yet, but
you'll see.
And then, yeah, Saturday, Sunday, not too sure what. Maybe I'll be here, maybe I won't. Not too sure, we'll see. And if not, at the very least, Monday we'll be back for those cartoons, and then Tuesday back to the painting. Appreciate you guys, everybody that was here. Zonex, Francois, Adrian's River, Nolan, Max, Lurkers. Thank you guys for hanging out. Appreciate you guys, and I will catch you guys here on the next one. Peace.
My God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far from helping me and from the words of my groaning? Oh my God, I cry in the daytime, but you do not hear. And in the night season, and I'm not silent, but you are holy, enthroned in the praises of Israel. Our fathers trusted in you. They trusted and you delivered them. They cried to you and were delivered. They trusted in you and were not ashamed. But I am a worm and no man, a reproach of men and despised by the people. All those who see me ridicule me. They shoot out the lip, they shake the head, saying, He trusted in the Lord, let him rescue him, let him deliver him, since he delights in him. But you are he who took me out of the womb. You made me trust while on my mother's breast. I was cast upon you from birth, from my mother's womb. You have been my God. Be not far from me, for trouble is near, for there is none to help. Many bulls have surrounded me, strong bulls of Bashan have encircled me. They gape at me with their mouths like a raging and roaring lion. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax, it has melted within me. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue clings to my jaws. You have brought me to the dust of death, for dogs have surrounded me. The congregation of the wicked has enclosed me. They pierced my hands and my feet. I can count all my bones. They look and stare at me. They divide my garments among them, and for my clothing they cast lots. But you, O Lord, do not be far from me. O my strength, hasten to help me. Deliver me from the sword, my precious life from the power of the dog. Save me from the lion's mouth and from the horns of the wild oxen. You have answered me. I will declare your name to my brethren. In the midst of the assembly I will praise you. You who fear the Lord, praise him. All you descendants of Jacob, glorify him and fear him, all you offspring of Israel. For he has not despised nor abhorred the affliction of the afflicted, nor has he hidden his face from him. But when he cried to him, he heard. My praise shall be of you in the great assembly. I will pay my vows before those who fear him. The poor shall eat and be satisfied. Those who seek him will praise the Lord. Let your heart live forever. All the ends of the world shall remember and turn to the Lord. And all the families of the nations shall worship before you. For the kingdom is the Lord's, and he rules over the nations. All the prosperous of the earth shall eat and worship
All those who go down to the dust shall bow before him. Even he who cannot keep himself alive, a posterity shall serve. It will be recounted of the Lord to the next generation. They will come and declare his righteousness to a people who will be born, that he has done